Okay, there we go. Much better. Oh, I panicked for a second. Thought it wasn't working. Yes, hello, burger. Let me turn on some music. Like so. That should be good. And then we can go. Indeed. Hi, Luma. Listen. Nice and easy. And then let me go ahead and make sure timer's working. Timer's not working. Oh, hold on. I think I know why. I'm using a new timer. Not a shiny new timer. See? Okay, if I reset it, no, I stop it. Set it to this, and then start. Did it work? Cool. Double click. Close. Okay, I gotta pull it from the other screen. Starting. Timer copy. And then. Doesn't everyone love a good technical difficulty? Let's see. It's a matter of tweaking, testing. Minutes, set the minutes, and start. We saw it was just working. So we should be good. Question is if it wants to be good. I don't think it wants to be good. Not one bit. Set the timer. Let's see. Oh. Okay, fine. I understand. Doesn't want to cooperate. So we go with plan B. Back to the old timer. Dun, dun. How have all your days been? How you been doing? Yesterday was sick, but I am feeling so much better now. Multitude, 10 times, 100 times. Much better and ready to work. Okay, let's copy this. And set the time. Save. Copy. Edit. Paste. Alright. Okay, hold on. Let me try deleting you. Yeah, I want to delete you. And Windows. No, not Windows. Browser. Big difference. Browser. Name your timer. Oh, timer 2. That always works. 1920 by 1080. And we have timer? Oh, we have timer! A timer, not the right one, but you know what? Psh, timer. Works for me. Move you down here. The timer's up, we will begin. Now it's just a bit of a chit chat, a bit of a burger. There we go. And I can close that. Actually, no, I need to open it. We will need that later. Gotta keep it in our toolbox. How are you all doing? Let me go ahead and put on my glove. Today, it can go a few ways. I only recently started programming on a team. Usually I do it by myself, so I'm like hours into focusing, I take breaks and everything. Spend 12 hours trying to fix a problem and all of that. That'll be interesting. I'm kind of hoping that streaming the process and everything, not only will it maybe hopefully make me a little bit more effective and efficient, I'm also hoping that maybe, have any of you ever heard of the, I believe it's called the rubber duck method? That's basically, it'll be a doozy indeed. The rubber duck method is basically where you have a rubber duck on your desk or something, and you talk your problems to the duck, and by speaking your problems aloud, it allows you to better find a solution. So you're all gonna be my rubber ducks today. That is the goal. We're gonna try to work through problems, trying to come up with solutions. Now, do any of you code, or have any of you ever tried programming? Why rubber duck specifically? I don't know. Whoever made the method initially made the rubber duck. Yep, you're all rubber ducks. Whoever came up with it had a rubber duck on hand. So it just kind of became the synopsis with programming. Programming equal rubber duck. I think it's cute. I now have a cup holder that is a rubber duck, but nah, should I get actual rubber duck? Nah. You're gonna say the same thing? Who came up with it? Or that you were? Oh no, yeah. Who came up with it? Here, you know, I can look. I can. Got a few. Let's see. Rubber duck method. Let's see. Who came up with it? Rubber duck method. Who came up with it? And the answer is Andrew Hunt and Davis Thomas. They were commonplace culturally. I think so. I can believe it. At one point in time, everyone just had a rubber duck on their desk that they had to bring a rubber duck in. I've seen some people use different objects. Some people just use pencils and act like they're creatures. Some people use little drawings or sticky notes. It's interesting. People get creative. Me, you're rubber ducks. That's my creativity here. Who needs inanimate objects? Easy peasy. Nice and nice. Since my timer isn't working, I can go ahead and close that menu. So I can have a little bit more screen. Everything nice. So boy, I hope you're all saddled and set. This is gonna be a cozy stream. Cozy, frustrating, nice. All things I like to describe with programming. It's like making bread. Where you have to first prep the ingredients and then you gotta knead it. You gotta slowly mesh it together and work at it. Or maybe it's better described as like working on a sculpture where you kind of have to chip away. You wouldn't really call that excitement. You don't sign people up to watch a sculptor sculpt. But you might go to cozy, frustrating, and nice. Exactly. That's all programming is. Cozy in the sense of, I find studying cozy. Sometimes studying can be frustrating if you don't understand it. It's just nice cozy feels. Speaking of cozy, why don't I bring out cozy number 1? There we go. We'll need him. He also acts as a stress ball, which will be needed. Let me go back to the screen I was on. There we go. And indeed, have any of you ever programmed before? Used programming languages, programming anything really, from Godot, which we'll be using, to Scratch, to Visual Studio, any of the likes. By yourself? No? Well, what have you done with other people? By yourself. I can understand that. I haven't worked on a team before. For my current project, I'm working with someone, and it's been tricky to figure out programs where you can do multiple things with other people. But it's working out, finding new things, new programs, especially since once I figure out how to code with other people, then when game jams come around, we can do something like that. Not with other people, more like following basic lessons. Tutorials. Is that what you're talking about? Definitely have done tutorials. And oh boy, we are going to be watching some tutorials. It'll be on multiple speed. I'll try to, because I don't want to take from the tutorials. I'll be posting the links of the tutorials we use. If you count uni as a tutorial, I count it as a tutorial. I went to college for game programming, though a lot of my programs ended up being games. And surprise, surprise, the program or the game we're working on is a new version of my college final project, where I had to make a game in Visual Studio on the console. So won't that be nice? We're making something new out of something old. Would you look at that? That timer. It's time. Let me go and make sure I can see everything. Hide that. Okay. Turn that down just a little bit. I'm kind of messing with audio settings, but it is time. And because it is time, I need a new costume. We'll need it. Serious time. Alrighty. Turn that up just a little bit more. And then we get in. We go. And we will be going to concepts. You've all seen concepts before. Maybe you haven't. Last stream, which was supposed to be yesterday, but instead it was sick. Fine. Last stream, just overall, we continued working on the idea of what a prototype for our game would be like. Came up with some good ideas. Now, what we're gonna do... Oh, actually, hold on, here. I'll bring you to this screen first. I can tell you the whole overall plan. Now, the whole general plan, the whole idea behind this, I can pull it up on my screen to make it easier to read. Let's see. Here it is. Alright, step 1, we're brainstorming. Step 2, we're making mind maps, and step 3, we're programming. It sounds simple because there's only 3 steps. I'll walk you through it. We have to figure out... For me, programming comes easiest when we can first write out what we need to do in English, and then from English, put it into programming. It's usually called pseudocode. That's basically what we're doing. We have to, step 1, figure out what we need to do, figure out ideas. Step 2, we'll do pseudocode, and then step 3, we'll try actual code. And hopefully, by the end of the stream, we'll have something. I mean, 4 hours is not a lot of time, but hopefully by the end of it, we'll have something, or at least part of something, and then we'll keep working on it next week. That said, now we can go back to concept. I'll go ahead and close this. Now, last stream, we started on the idea for a prototyping game. And to sum it up in the nicest way possible, if you can... Well, we're making a game where you play as a necromancer who wants to go into a different type of magic, where instead of summoning undead, she summons food and cookies and bakery. And she does this by making spells. And the whole typing idea that you'll be typing your spells. And as the game goes on, you'll get new spells, and you have customers who come into your place of service. They'll order something, they'll say, well, I want something that tastes sweet or something that tastes bitter. Then you'll go into the back, do some spell rituals, and make something, make a food, and you'll serve it to them. And depending on the score, depends on how well you got close to making your food. And that's what this screen here is, the spell making scene. Let's go back and save. So today, step 1, if this is a typing game, we need to make a system where we can type in stuff. The game will detect what we type and say, oh, this is correct, oh, this isn't correct. That's step 1. Step 2 is figuring out what we want the player to type. And step 3 will probably involve figuring out a system for typing. And now that we have said that, let me move on over again, and we're going back to Miro. This is Miro, yeah, Miro, here we go. I used Miro for a previous stream where we focused on dissecting with Minecraft. And Miro, I like Miro because mind maps. Mind maps are my favorite. They're the easiest way for me to get out of all of my ideas out on paper. Concept is nice for writing, but it doesn't have text and it doesn't have mind maps. Mind maps really cool. For example, we have down here, or not down here, up here, the game, and the game is called Necrotype Cafe. Well, it says it's not a thing, but we're making it a thing. The title can change in the future. It's just temporary, or maybe not. That's the project title. And in Necrotype Cafe, below it you have your mechanics. I only wish there was a way to copy the type. For example, this is purple. There's no purple here. It's got some kinks. Nothing's beyond a few kinks here and there. You can completely work that out. Let's see. Have the opacity, what's this? Ah, the lines, gotcha. Text and highlight. We don't need any of those. Is there a way to change the background? No. That's okay. Let's just make it white. There. Nice and easy to read now. There are mechanics in Necrotype Cafe. Oh, it's auto doing it. That's fine. Suit as follow. We can press tab, I believe. Yep. Typing. And why is typing important? Typing is important because that is the core value. It's our core mechanic. The whole goal of making the prototype is we need to make an MVP, which is your minimum viable product. So what's the smallest way we can make this game? For example, with Mario, you only need one level. You need Mario jumping around. You need a start, you need an end, you need obstacles, you need enemies. You only need one enemy though. You only need one type of block you can interact with. Things of that nature. So for this, our goal is to make one type of spell, one type of flavor, one type of food. You're making most valuable player. Yeah, I guess in a way that works as well. Not only the most viable product, minimum viable product, it's also the most valuable player. Yeah, that works. That works great. Let's see. Typing. Now, I had some time to think yesterday. I was thinking, typing, magic, a lot of magic games usually involve potions. A lot of, well, for example, with Skyrim at least, you have different types of magic, but for example, something with, we went over this yesterday. Let me go back in concept. Not yesterday, but last stream. This game, Potion Merchant, Potion, look at the name, but it involved making potions. You make potions, you sell potions. We had Potion Merchant, Potion Permit. I was up here somewhere. Here we go. Potion Permit, again, making potions. And then we have Potion Tycoon, making potions. You know what I don't see a lot of? I don't see a lot of magic games that involve making spells. I see a lot of magic games where you have to gather ingredients, and you have to gather the ingredients and make potions, and you serve more as a doctor, or maybe, alchemist. You serve as a, I forget the word, the one that does the healing and the remedies, and you come there, I think it starts with an A, apothecary. A lot of games involve apothecary. I don't see a lot of games involve literature. So since we're making a typing game, I thought it'd be interesting to involve it around that. And when we were going over ideas, like with our Necronomicon, we just, it was a question. Maybe we could do it. Maybe we shouldn't do it. Make spells, food, customer orders, player goes to kitchen, make food, serve customers. And then you fight ghosts. We're not even gonna touch on the ghosts today. Just working on the typing. The typing and the food. I'm trying to find where it was. Here we go. What we tried to figure out was different ways we could do typing. We wanted to make a invocation. I think it started with an A. But when you chant a spell, it's called something. Trying out different methods. Let me see. Don't think I wrote it on here. But it was an invocation. I think it might have been invocation. And with your invocations, I wanted it to be where the player could customize it. And then after you customize it, you can change the difficulty. So if you want something easier, it's quicker and it gives you more points. But you suffer the, you're up here. No, where are you at? Maybe it's down here? It's kind of getting a little mixed up. This is where we add our, where'd it go? Oh, here we go. This is where we add our, to our game document. This is just all scribbles. I gotta write this down somewhere. But you have your words that are, shorter words are cheaper and faster, but they're weaker. And then you have your longer words that are pricier, slower, and stronger. So it kind of becomes this thing of, well, if you're not maybe a really fast typer, you might go for the slower words. But if you're really a big typing expert, you might want to go for the really long words, the longer spells that are more effective. And I think this works in that it gives a challenge, well, a fair challenge, since you're making your own difficulty and you get rewarded for harder. But I also don't want to punish something that's easier. With that said, I was thinking, and we can go back to our Miro, because you can do games, and games can be mini games. My last game was a mini game, and I didn't want to do that this time. The goal is to make this game a bit of a story mode. I'm trying to open the tab I have. I'm trying to make this game some sort of story mode where you have 30 days to, or 30 levels to save your cafe from shutting down, maybe because of ghost infestation or something. That's actually your problem with a lot of games. They don't reward you for higher difficulty. Yeah, it's like, it's usually like a damage change when it becomes something easier or harder. You have more health, you do more damage. That's about it when it comes to difficulty sometimes. But I do like a game where it's challenging and it's rewarding for being challenging. But if you don't want the challenge, you're not punished for the challenge. I don't remember what game it was, but the easy mode was named something like baby mode. And I don't want to do that. I want something that's for casual players and more mechanically inclined typers. That's the goal. I'm thinking here, since we're going down the story mode route, it's important to think about the world itself, the lore, the ideas behind it, and I didn't want to go too in depth because the more we add, the harder the game becomes to make. And I don't want it to become hard. I want to make this game in 3 months, so I want something long, not too long. Something simple, but not simple like minigame simple. And I was thinking, and I think our mechanics, because it's magic, and since we do magic with typing, well, I'll just say spellcasting. That's what you're doing. You're making spells. And by making your spells that you use through typing is the mechanic, but you do it by spellcasting, so typing. By typing, you're casting spells. And I want these spells to be customizable. I want them to have difficulties. And I want the player to be able to change those difficulties. That's something. Actually, I'll put that on here. Oops. Let's see. This is the difference between Miro and Concept. I can type instead of write. Let's see. I want reward increase with difficulty. Oh no. That's right. Yeah. Okay, that's right. Reward increases with difficulty and length. They have the length of the word, the type of word. We can put that up here, make it white so it's easier to read in this background. And so, when you think about spellcasting, I was looking around and I couldn't find many. What's the word? I couldn't find many references. A lot of people struggle to make a magic system, and I didn't want to, again, go too in-depth making a magic system. So I wanted something simple. And it's very easy to do potions because you can do different elements for your potions and mix it that way. But since we're doing spellcasting, where typing your weapon of choice, you're typing words, you're typing enchantments. What's that what it's called? Encampments? Encampments. What about we make the spellcasting poems? I was trying to think, and I was thinking, well, how is it going to be like toil, toil, bubble, and trouble the player has to write? What if you... Oops. How do I do this? Is it plus here? Still learning all of these programs. There we go. Spellcasting, you're doing poems. And there's a lot of different poems we can do. There's a lot of different types of poems, and there's different ranges of poems. Are you working in Godot? Yeah, we're definitely working in Godot. We're just trying to figure out what we're going to work in for Godot. Yep, Godot. This is going to be a game in Godot. Trying to figure out what we're going to do in Godot. I think once we get the typing system working, then we have to figure out how to implement poems. So, typing, then poems. That's the idea. With that said, yeah, let's move on to Godot. And here we are. Welcome to Godot. Oh, I know this screen very familiar. Curious, have any of you worked in Godot before? I'm trying to make these streams... What's the word? Trying to make these streams accessible to everyone. So I'll try to keep things higher level, as in surface. There's also sometimes lower. I'm still learning. So it's a learning thing together. We're gonna create a node, which is, you can kind of think of it like an object. From that object, this is just the basic scene. Really, we can just call this scene. And save the scene. We can just save it as scene. And I'm pretty sure if we run it, yep. Okay. And I can figure out a way to better pop this on screen. 1 second. I have not done the Godot feel yet. This is a whip. Okay, that works. Gotcha. Go back to Godot. Window, new window. Here. When you open up the program right now, because this is our original scene, all you get is this. We don't want this, but this is fine. This is what we want for now, just to make sure it's working. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete that and stop the program. Now what we need to appear on screen is a way to see what we need to write. Let's see. We can do that with a control node, your green ones, which are just your GUI. So if we do that, we can click on labels. That's what we're looking for, which is just a container for text. And we can put this label, we can make it bigger. I still struggle a lot with control labels. It's fine for now. If we put this in the center of the screen, oops. How do we put this in the center of the screen? It's in the top left right now. If we drag it to here, now it's in the center of the screen. Save it. I think what we have to do is do a canvas layer. Canvas layer, where are you at? Let's see, controller, base class for all GUIs. No, we don't want that. We want a canvas layer. There it is. If we get a canvas layer, their defense controls, they're terrifying. I mean, I am not gonna be excited when we start doing title screens. Now, if I do center, this should be in the center of the screen because of the canvas layer. Yep. The label goes from being up at the top, and if we make it a child, if we make it a child of the canvas layer, then put the label in the center, it should go in the center. Yep, okay, we're good. And let's just see, let's just call this test. And let's make it bigger. So we want the label to be in the center. And we also want the top, well, the vertical to be in the center. We want the label big. So how do we change that? I think it's somewhere, fonts, font styles. Ah, here we go. And let's make it 10. Oh, okay. I guess 10 is smaller. How about 50? Okay, I think 50 works. Maybe 100? Oh, that's 10 again. 100. Oh, guess it doesn't go that far. Hold on. Fortunately, I don't know why, but my Godot's been freezing recently. Like as before, I've been working on a different project, and I've just noticed it's been freezing. I think I maybe have to reinstall. That'll be figured out some other time. But for now, we'll just give Godot a second to unfreeze. There we go. We're back. Not 1,000, 100. There we go. And if we click play again, test pops up. And you can see it right here. Window capture, test. This is what shows up on screen. Well, it's working, great. Now let's remove. Yep. And remove. Now, consider when we're doing poems, how do we want to structure this? I'm just thinking we do some sort of script, some sort of container that holds a word. Godot and freezing, never thought that combo would happen. Does this happen for you too? I'm telling you, it's new. I used to work on Godot, maybe, yeah, I worked with Godot last year. Didn't happen recently, it's just been weird. Let's go ahead and create a new node though. I'm thinking just a basic node. Yeah, 2D game object. Now, there are resources, and that's something I'm still new to. We'll probably update our game later, but for now let's just do node. And give this node a script, and we're gonna call it, what should we call it? Let's just call it, I don't want to call it a word because maybe we do a sentence. So maybe it should be something like word script. Just call it something now and name it later. I'm thinking, text. Let's just call it text. Sends node 2D. All right, we're getting somewhere. And in this node, hi Q, welcome. Welcome to the cozy suffering of programming on Godot. So let's see. In text, we definitely know that we want to do classes for our foods. But we can worry about that later. Goal 1, step 1, is figuring out a way to have text on screen and have the player write that text on screen. I'm thinking we do some sort of container or some sort of arrays. Here. It's best to write everything out, I've found. Kind of helps me think a little bit more. So we'll go back over to Miro. Alright. With our poems... Oh. And you have your arrays, your containers, programming you haven't done in a while. Yeah, I'm glad. Sometimes it takes a bit to get back into programming. I do know that, but once you're in it, oh boy, is it fun. A lot of fun problem solving. There we go. Okay, so I'm thinking we have our arrays, our containers. So you have your word, but it's not really a word, it's your text. Text. You have your text, and your text is here. C#. I learned C++. I've heard Python's pretty simple. I've dabbled in it because the GD script is similar to Python. But Python and C#, not bad choices. At least it's not Java. We have our text here, and we want to get the player input. Oh, player input. Player input. And test it to see if it equals the text. But equal text. Preferably, I want a way to have it show when the player gets something correct. So we'll need to have some sort of tracker. Let's just come up with a test word. Let's just use test. I want to have some sort of tracker that lets us know where we're at in tracking. So for example, if we're on T versus E, and if we get something right versus something wrong, I'll do down here, and I'll do... You love the idea of programming, but advanced stuff is a bit much for you. Math is your barrier. Right now, for the side project I'm working on, apparently I have to learn trigonometry, and I'm not ready for that. I like math, but when it's simple. I like addition and subtraction. I don't like division. Not my favorite. Let me be something to this extent. It shows you, oh, you got that wrong. Oh, you got that right. Green or red. Something simple like that for now. The goal is we have a string. Yeah, I think that'd be the best way to do it. Have a string and have the player test against a string. How far math have you studied? I studied advanced math, but my memory is bad. So because my memory is bad, I might as well have not studied it. Oh, just been a second. And it has not been kind to me. Not one bit. Yeah. Especially when, for some reason, the final exam of math, you had to do an essay about math. A research essay about something and draw up mathematical equations. It was awful. Alright, so I'm thinking a variable string. No, is it a capital? Okay. Variable string. Go back over here, and we'll call this our text. Yep. Variable string text equals, and for now, we'll just say test. Like this. And then, now let's see, our label. Maybe our label should be called something different. Maybe it is our tester, something to that extent. Let's call it our tester. No, our... We'll just say, for now, our screen. Our spellcaster. Yeah, let's just call it our spellcaster. Spellcaster screen. And from there, we can make this... Oops. I don't want to do that. Oh, I thought you said something. Let's see. Yeah. We want a variable called string. It's text. Sorry for typing too much, letting you focus. No, it's fine. It helps. Definitely. Variable text string named text. How we get the user input? Not too sure. But for now, we want to have the spellcaster screen reference this. Now, how do we do that? Not too sure. That's the next step. I'm thinking maybe for now, maybe we can have it inside, or maybe we can do a scene for the spellcaster screen. Let's see. Save branch as screen. And we'll just call this the spellcaster scene. And we'll cut that and we'll put this in the scene. and then we'll paste it in the scene. So now we're on a different scene. That was our world scene. This is a different scene. And this is just, let's see. This is your basic thinking, it's your basic, how would you word it? It's like, you'll put all of these into an array. For now, this is your text. Single text, that's what it's called. You'll have a lot of text that the spellcaster screen will check. Let's make a script for the spellcaster screen. Probably all gonna, that can be sorted later. We're just trying to get something basic going. We have our spellcaster screen that has a label. Let's name it something like, just 2 brackets. To show something different. You have 2 brackets here. And then, in our spellcaster screen, we should have some way to check where you are. How you do an array in Godot, not too sure. Let's look it up. When in doubt, Google it out. Godot, Godot array. Should be nice and simple. Yep, very simple. Alright. We have our children, which are our text. Now, how you get a list of your children, I think that's important as well. Then we can do multiple of our text. Let's see. How to get children. Godot. List of children. All children from node. How do you do that? For I in self.getChildren. Okay, perfect. Oops, cancel. Okay, I'm thinking, there's always the pseudocode. What we want to do is have a list of text shown on screen. And once we have the list of text shown on screen, we want the player to type the player type text. Player type text. And then depending on the input, the text will either wait for you to get it right, or it will continue. You have your words, your letters, and your already done letters. And we need to show it in a way, and I'm thinking changing the colors? Now, I'm wondering if you have to do an array. Well, I mean, a string is just an array of characters. So do we have to do an array of characters for our strings, or can we just do strings? Because we want to change the individual color of our string. Our characters on our screen. Let's check. Godot, how to change character in string. Change character in string. And that is done. There you have, nope. String Godot. Let's see. We want to change the color of our string. Godot, change color of character in string. Much better. And how do you do that? Color representation, change color. This is the best part about programming. Research. Fun research here. It will bring you to the research screen. Transition. There we go. Welcome back. This is what I'm looking at. Godot Classic Reddit. Our goal is to figure out if there's a way to change the color. And I'm thinking what we'll have to do is do strings? Not strings, characters. It should be easier to change the character. How to change color. To change color of text in label. Godot. 4. What does that give us? Updating label color. You know what's also a good idea is to always go to the official docs. And we can check label. And it should give us the label. And then from the label, there might be a function here that we can use to change color. Let's see. Theme properties. Okay, font color. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Interesting, interesting. So there is a way to change the overall color, but I'm thinking Is there a way to change each individual color? That's what I'm not too sure. Do we have to do a box of just individual characters? That doesn't sound right. Not one bit. I'm thinking, how? How do we do this? Best way to check? Let's see. How to change color of text in label Godot 4. Yep. Using label colors. Change text color. Alright. I'll hear ya out. Quick, nice and easy.
This is not an ad for
very loud. 2, 1. Let's see. Oh, still very loud.
For me, it's just to modulate the color.
Do you know that? How do you change individual letters?
If you want to more dynamic, just put the function delta here. And
nope. Okay. Want to have Godot 4 change word color in sentence label. How does that work? Let's see. I have a score system. I want score to do 0. Color of the font that shows the points to change. Doesn't sound like what we need. Let's see. Pass, leaving it feature. Label properties is done via theme. Okay. I don't think that's what we need. Not one bit. We want to change the color of something. Label characters. This is tricky. This is why control nodes, the green ones, bane of my existence. That's why we're here. The best way to learn is to learn. Let's see. Using set, I can't seem to find out how to tween its color. If we go back to Godot, what do you get when you do label? Let's see. Self dot. Oh. Self dot class, hold on. Func. Let's do underscore ready. Alright. Self dot. What functions do we have? Get line, text. Interesting, interesting. Kinda saying. Online docs. What do we have? Back to the labels. Overall, not seeing what we need. But if it's a problem, it's most likely been solved already. We just have to find where it's been solved. Meaning a label's color, label set. I wonder. There's probably been someone who's also made a typing game. Typing game, Godot 4. Change word color. Change the letter color. Let's see. How do you do that? How do you change the color through text? And we do have that already. And I'm pretty sure I know how to do that. I guess we could start there. For example, we would do, if we wanted to take just the text itself, I think we can do control and drag this. Oh. If it'll let me control and drag. There. Text. And then we can do, I think it's text? Not text. The label is called, what is called? What is called label? Text. Property text. Oh, we can't have this new text then. This is new text. Done. So then this becomes func ready. Expect it block. Oh, okay, we're good. So then text equals new text. That's not what we need, because this is the string. Oh, hold on. Var text string. We can do, what can we do? I'm thinking we have a get text or something. This is an extend node2d. We might have to make our own class from the node2d, but for now, we can just have a function called get text. Func underscore get text. And then have it return a string. Do here string, and then return text. That should be good. Yep, okay. We go back to our spellcaster, new text dot underscore get text. I think this isn't working because it's not global. Oh, no. Does it work? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, it does work. Let me double check. Pass. And yep, it works. Great. Wonderful. Text dot equals new text. And then to change the color, I'm pretty sure we can just check up here. And our color, where is our color? Don't mess with these too often. Curious, does the rich label text have something different? Class, font styles, images, and basic formatting. What do we get when we do rich text label? Interesting, interesting. It's gonna be on stream? Theme? Yeah. Hopefully. Maybe we can do some sort of fundraiser or something to get the money to put it on Steam. I think that'd be fun. Because I don't want to do HTML again. So it's either gonna be on Steam or itch.io. If Steam, gonna have to figure out a way to release it that way. But yeah, I'm hoping it to be a bigger game. I'm realizing now why so many people are confused about how to change the color. I'm so used to changing the colors of the rectangles. Just noticed your stream on Twitch too. Hi, welcome, thank you. And let me also mute my phone. I thought was muted, apparently was not. Welcome to stream though. Oh, nice. Let's see. As I said, I've now realized why people ask the question how to change text font. So I guess you know what, we're on the right path. We're asking the right questions. Let's go back here. Now let's see. How to change color of text. Exactly what we're asking. Change text color. Let's see. Ooh, actually, hold on. Go to the 1 minute one. See if that helps at all. Okay.
To do this in Godot.
Yep.
Today we're going to do pretty well in white spot, change the color. So basically the script, I have just the function. But again, change the color directly from the inspector dynamic, just the function
the module
scene.
Oh.
Now let's see the delayed text color. Now let's see if
I get it. I don't like it. I think I get it. It's using like a shader. I think that's what modulate is. Let's see. Modulate. M-O-D-U-L-A-T-E. Modulate? Modulate. Yep. And I think modulate is just... modulate color, yeah. Gotcha. Let's see. Text. Text. Modulate. Let's try it out in Godot and see what it gives us. Back to Godot we go. The color part will be kind of a pain, so you recommend just incrementing a counter of correct character types. Having said that, you will have to use a rich text label and BB code tags for the color for each character effect. I'll be honest, I have no idea what I just tried. It's probably, and again, okay, here, this is what I'll do. I'll move this. Are you so used to AI co-pilots and co-editing that you forgot how to search online? Yeah, it's a method. It's a trial and error. Let's see. Color part. Incrementing a counter of correct characters type. The thing is, I want to do something similar to, and let me bring it back up. In here, let's see. It was called monkey type, I believe. Monkey type. Yep, monkey typing. This is what I want to do. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I want to do something similar to this, where the text changes when you type it. How? I'm not sure. And this is why we don't even start with the shiny colors of colors and textures when making games. Because this is the game itself. We can't figure out this, there is no game. But I do think I understand what you're saying. You're already so used to have to use the rich text label and BB code tags for the colors for each character. Yeah. I'm thinking, and I'm not too sure. When you have a full sentence you want to have... That's tricky. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to our Godot. Want to change color of each character. Godot 4. I'm sure this question was asked and it was answered. Text. Somewhere. Probably 5 years ago. Somewhere. Color of label. Change. Let's see. Multicolored text. Yes, yes, this is what we're looking for. Alright, getting somewhere. BB codes. Yep, yep. That is what you said. Now what is BB codes? Not sure. Here. I'll tell you what I'm looking at. Okay. Exactly what you said. BB codes. Rich tech label. BB codes, like color equals blue to style with them. Okay. Now let's see. Rich text label. So do you change, or can you change each individual letter with rich text label? What is rich text label? Color, default. Style box, signals. That's not what we want. We want something up here. What is a rich text label? Okay. Rich text label, it tells you. What does this search help? Ah, interesting, interesting. What happens if we do rich text label? What help do we get? Okay. We'll go back to Godot. A control for displaying text that comes in different font styles, images, and basic formatting. Rich text. Do you mean this? Like this for BB code? I think well, I know how to do that. That's like Discord, right? So will we have to do? Okay, I think I understand what you mean. I think. Hold on. Let me. BB code. Keepos? Sure. Go ahead, by all means. I need help. SOS. Let's see. So if I do this in our text, let's see. Where did this get us? This I assume? Let's take a look. I will pull it up on the browser. Okay. Add theme color override. Creates a local override for a theme color with the specified name. Local overrides always take precedence with fetching items. Example of overriding a label's color and resetting it later. My label add theme color override font color. Given the child label node my label, override its font color with a custom value. My label add theme color override get theme color. I'm thinking when you change the colors, I think there's a way to change it with BB code. That's what it was called. Here, let me try typing it in. BB code. BB code. Did I type something in differently? I did. I typed in BB coffee. BB code. That's like your slashes, your backslashes, your stars. I'm thinking. What we need to ask is how to do BB code. How to use rich text label to do BB code. Let's see. For example, BB code. Okay. Would render the word BB code test. Okay. I think what we have to do is BB code. Here. This is BB code. This. Color equals green test / color. And I think what we can do is as you get more right, we'll add to this insides. It says that we have to make the spellcaster screen the rich text label. And to do that, is there a way to change it? Have resources. I wonder, can you change a node? Or is it just no good anymore? Let's see. I have to make a new thing. Can you change node type? Godot. There's a push pop? Yeah. I think that'll be right. We can push and pop to add to the... Well, if we do a character, an array of characters, but I think you can push pop with strings as well. Possibly. We're gonna be messing with a lot of strings, apparently. Let's see. Oh, okay. There should be a change type. right click, change type. Would you look at that? And then we can just do rich text label. Wow! How nice. So we won't have to use this. Delete. Perfect, okay. And then I'm guessing this new spellcaster script has to extend the rich text label. Yep. There we go. Okay. Now, haven't worked with Godot, sorry. No, you've been an incredible help. I'm pretty sure this will work. Yeah. You and Luma, I'm pretty sure you're on the right track. This is very helpful, as if I was doing this by myself, I might have been running in circles for a while. I appreciate it, thank you. Let's see. Color green test. I'm wondering, text equals, how do we transfer this in code? This is it, but how do we do this? That's the question. Player 1, player 2, apprehend lines. The above image was created using the following text here. I'll show you. I'm looking up. Here. Something to do with this. It says, okay, so I guess BB code is this. And as long, oh, never mind. It is not that. It's this. You used Godot, though you never touched or stuff. Me neither. This is new. I don't know if I like it. Well, this and says this works. This doesn't work for some reason, which is interesting. Example of, okay, handle user input. Using rich text labels, we can replace the opening or closing bracket for any tag and message with those escape tags. Interesting, interesting. Let's go ahead and try in Godot to get it a different color. Color equals green. Interesting. Text equals, maybe we can do this, where color equals green, test, this is our test, new color, and that's the end of it. I'm thinking this will make it green. It should say a green test. Again, give it a second, get it through, so water rig, I guess. Still frozen. We can look at more BB code. Because if this is true, then yeah, all we just have to keep doing is adding from the list and comparing and contrasting. Oh, there we go. We're back. Okay. So space. Oh, hold on. Might be a little bit tricky. This is just words. This isn't a command. How do we put the command in the thing? I'm thinking maybe, because we have to put it in here. But how do you put it in there? That's tricky. If we just do this, look what happens. That. We don't want that. Not at all. There's also a note, this doesn't turn it green. It's interesting. I'll turn green. I don't think I'm reading the rich text label correctly. There's a pen chat line. Pen chat line. Okay. No escaping. Let's go back to here. This turns it red. This is injection. So I guess we have to go back up and read more. BB code. Okay. Property text and edit uniform. Okay. For example, BB code color equal green test color would render the word test. Okay. You know what? Let's try that. I'm curious to see if that works. Let's just cross this out for now and just put test text equals this. Assignment not allowed inside of an expression. Something's off here. Text dot append. Is that what we have to do? The appending? Let's see. Text dot append. I do think that works. Append underline. How do you edit the text? Performance. Here we go. Down here. You can use BB code directly as it is. Forgot the double quotes. Is it double quotes? Huh. You might be right. Because if we do the double quotes, wouldn't it just turn into text? Right? Yeah, it just turns into text. Or is it, do you mean double quotes? I also realized I forget to keep adding the window that pops up. Here. I'll show you. And window cap. See? This is what pops up. Want. But we're getting somewhere. I think. Let's see. We'll probably have to clear it off of screen maybe and refresh it. Do something to that extent. Yeah, it was a nice try. I definitely do think we're heading in the right direction. If we go back to the here. No, you're helping a lot, like I said. I don't know, so the fact you have something is better than nothing. Let's see. Use the append text function instead of the appending. Function will only parse BB code for the added text, rather than parsing BB code for the entire text property. Okay. Are you on Twitch? Yep, I'm on Twitch. I'm on Twitch and YouTube, so you can choose. It should be the same exact link. You should be also able to check out the YouTube description. And I should have the Twitch in there as well. Now let's see. Text. So I'm thinking maybe we have to do append. Append text. And then it says BB code string. So do we do this? Instead. Let's give it a go. Ooh, something new. Something new. It's something. That's good. We're on the right track. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Enable BB code in the rich label inspector. Oh, what does that do? Oh, wrong thing. Here, what does this do? It should say, if true, the label uses BB code formatting. Huh. Does that mean if we do this now, it should work to make it the BB code? Ooh, it does. Oh boy. Also do music for the game like this. I am not musically inclined, but we'll see. Probably not. I'll probably find some music to use. No, not music for the game like this. It'll be a magical. I mean, this is pretty magical. Maybe we can do something similar. This is more so vibey. Oh, oops. Hold on. Glad I checked that. Okay. We're on the right track. You're right, Luma. Enable. So now it does this, which is good. We don't even need to do append anymore, which is great. Now we just need a way to add. Maybe what we can do is do... We need a var string. Maybe we can call it before, after. Let's just go before. Just to test. Before string. Funny, you really have no clue about this, but listening to you figured in the back. I told you it was gonna be comfy. See? No, it has its workouts. Before string. Maybe if we do this. Just want to see if this works. Before string. And then we have an after string, which is this. If I do that, does doing... Oh, I deleted it. Hold on. Something like this work? Before plus after? Does that work? Works? Oh boy. We're on to something here. Something cool, something great. Let me double check. And I also want to see about making this bigger to read. Oh, did you see that it worked? No, I was still running on my own. Hold on. You gotta see it. See it. Here. See? Working! We're on to something. Which is great. Okay. And it's only past hour 1. Wow. Okay. We have that working. That's the before color. This is the after color. Now we just need a current text and a way for the player to input. I think that's next. Right now, what we have is a text before, text after. Let's make this a little bit bigger to have it better read on screen. Let's see, it should be in theme, right? Theme override. Fonts, font styles. Ooh, there's a lot more font styles. This is normal, so we should just be able to put this to 100, I believe. And we should get a little bit bigger. Yeah, okay. It's much bigger now. Far bigger. Now I can make this smaller again, which works out great for us. Now, we need to have a way to sift through what the player is typing. I think what we should do at the moment is find a way to have whatever the player types print on screen. We have the change text color and a way to set the text. Now we need a way to have the player input. So, how to get player input. Go back to our good old classic documents. Let's see, building upon the previous lesson. Let's see. Built-in callbacks mean unhandled input. Direction process. If input is action blank. Okay. Maybe we should be asking how to get typing input. That might be a better question to ask. Godot, how to get player typing input. Enter. Okay. Listening to player. Rich, how to get the player to type text. Ooh. That's up our alley. Let's see. Is there any reason you don't want to use the text edit node? What's that? That being said, you can listen for user input and then change the text. Interesting, interesting. Using text editor. All right, what's this? Text editor is meant for editing large multi-line text. Also has facilities for editing code, such as highlight support. This is one we really want. Yeah, this is a way for the player to really edit text, but we don't want them to really edit text. We just want some modification. Thought about doing the listen input, which makes sense. Maybe, because we want each individual letter. We want maybe in the future to do tilde key, for example. So I want to build something more robust than just having every letter print on screen. Ooh. Yeah, I don't want to do something like this where it has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thinking, how would we do that? Maybe the text editor ID is a good option. Listen, if that's necessary. Generally get text input. Didn't use much text in Godot. Okay. Text edit might be a good idea. Never used it before. Something new again, would you look at that? Let's see. Text editor is meant. Yeah, I don't think this is what we want. I think all this is gonna do is just have a space where the user can just type stuff. But, I mean, you don't know until you try. So let's try. Let's add a text editor. There we go. Text editor. Yeah. If I go on here, what does this do? Make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, it's a text line. That's what it is. And then the user can just type on it, I'm assuming. If the type wasn't so small. It's so tiny. Yeah, that's not what we want. We want a way to have the player And we want the typing to equal whatever the letter is. So maybe... will we have to do it to equal everything on screen? That'd be a shame. But maybe what we have to do was when you do player controls, you have to have W set to up, for example. Or they can change it to down. So I have to do number keys for input handler. That'd be awful. Wouldn't want to do that. That might be the only way. Let's see. Godot print what player types onto screen. Way to do that. Okay. There is this. Real. Let's give it a good quick glance to see if we can parse anything from it.
Input function.
Input.
And then
alright. Input.
Event is
event
key integer, and set it to -1.
Input event key. Oh boy.
We're going to get this when the keystroke actually goes up, so when the user releases it. And what that does is events can repeat key events if it's occurring. So
let me turn on the music.
Here. And so we're going to need a couple things. One thing we're going to need is a variable that we'll call current letter index. This will be an integer, and we'll set it to -1. And this is just going to keep track of, in the current string that we're typing for the active enemy, how far along are we? Which character are we looking at? Let's now get the input that the user types. So the first thing we can do is say typed event, and we'll just set this equal to event as input event key. And so we know that an event at this point is a input event key, but we can just do this to get an actual typed variable that we can use for better auto completion. And now we'll actually get the letter that the user types. So this is going to be, we're going to make a new pool byte array, which is just an array that's memory optimized. It basically is just an array of bytes and new active enemy, so we can actually compare
type event. Okay, so I don't think we will have to do a long list of strings,
the prompt,
which is great.
In order to do that, let us, under this line, say if active enemy is null. So if
okay,
and get rid of that. So we know that an event at this point, we're going to create it from an array that will only contain one thing, which will just be typed event.unicode. So we're just going to create a byte array from the Unicode characters that somehow might get typed.
I think I understand. We're going to need to figure out input key event and understand what that is. That's step 2. Input key event. Let's see. I'll put this back over here for a second. One thing to copy and paste. Oh, thank you for following. It's one thing to copy and paste tutorials, and I do like watching tutorials. You have to understand the tutorials. Input type event. Now, sometimes, like with math, you can't. It's just beyond your comprehension, and at that point you have to do some lessons to learn. But for something like this, I think we can learn to understand. He explains it. I want to try digging into it a little bit deeper. Let's see. Input key event. That's what he talks about. Let's go ahead and look at input key event. Let me close all of these that we already have and duplicate that. All right. Input key event. What do you got for us, Godot? Input key event. No, does not show anything. Did I put it in wrong? Okay. That doesn't want to work. We fine. We'll go to the next best option. For example, maybe if we do var key equal and then input key input. That's probably why it didn't show up on the documents. Input event key. Ah, found ya. All right, let's go back over to our browser. Let's see. An input event key for keys on a keyboard. Supports key press, key released, and echo events. It can also receive unhandled key input. Okay. Let's see. Echo false. String as key text label. Will echo key label. Okay. I think that's why I can slide this over here. What he's saying, or handle input is a function in itself to Godot. Let me make this a little bit bigger. And whenever the player puts down an event that they handle, a button, event is event input key and not event is press. So on release, that's what he was saying. It only works when you release it. Then it takes the key, and with that key, it gets the Unicode. And I think it turns it into a string. Is that what it's saying? The array of bytes is made to make it more optimized. That makes sense. Okay. Let's see, the UTF-8 method. Okay. Now I'm not sure we want that. I think we just want character. We don't necessarily want key, but I understand what this is saying. Now that I understand what this is saying, now we can use it. And you're all curious about the tutorial. And we'll put it in here. Give it a good look. Alright. Cover up the screen for just a second so I can look at this from my left screen. We want func underscore. Oh. We don't want the player to handle the events, but we can put this in here for now and move it later. We just want it working. So func underscore handle unhandled event input. Now what does this mean? I know this is a form, but his has handled. What does this mean? Called when input event hasn't been consumed by input. Called after short input and after unhandled. This is fine. Unhandled. An event, input event. I'm curious to see why he made his own. I guess we will find out. But for now, we'll just use what's in Godot and then figure out why later. Now that we have that, we take our... Rewind a little bit. So, if event is input event key, that's what we're on the lookout for. And not event dot even. Oh, did it freeze on me again? It did. Give it a second. As that's our scheduled water break. And I do like the optimization of that. Not the optimization, but it feels nicer. When you're clacking at the keyboard, you're kind of, oh, it's hidden, hold on. When you're clacking at the keyboard, it feels nicer to maybe press it and release? Or would it feel better to press it and have it immediately do it? We can mess with that later. For now, let's just do and not input dot event dot is underscore pressed. So if it's an event key, input event key, and it's not pressed, so on release is what it's saying. How do you really spell event? That doesn't look right. E-V-E-N-T. There. Was that different? Oh, okay. Evnet. That works. So our var is our typed event equals event as. Now what is as? Input event. Is there a way to click on as and tell what as is? Okay. Maybe as is like equal. Let me look on Godot really quickly. I know what not is. That's just your exclamation point, and your and is your double and. Godot, what is as? What does the as keyword do in Godot? As operator casts the instance to a given type. It returns null if the type is incompatible. I'm guessing what it means is like an equal. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, this is interesting. There's, I think it's typecasting. And that is up here where I'm typecasting. That might be what as does. So as event input, and then we do the pool array type, pool by array. And we do that because it's smaller. Now I'm not sure if this will really optimize anything. But I do prefer optimization over anything. P_typed. Especially when my Godot seems to want to spend its time freezing. Pool array. That'll be good to remember as well. Pool byte. Good to have in our wrench or belt. Pool byte array. And then we have the typed event, I'm assuming. Right? In the tutorial. Yep. Typed event. Tepid. Typed event dot Unicode. Which makes sense. Transfers what you typed. Let's see. Packed byte. Okay, so something's new here. Not found in base no cell. The pool byte array doesn't exist anymore, but that's fine. We can just do this. Can't we? Yep. We'll probably figure out why he optimized it later. Let's see. Now, I'm curious to find out what this get string from ASCII method is. I'm guessing you can see on here, I'll show you. On here, he has the get string from ASCII, but that's linked to the pool byte array. And I don't think Godot has the pool byte array anymore. We can check. Godot 4 pool byte array. Packed array. Interesting. Oh, okay. We're definitely not supposed to be here. Pool byte array. What happened to the pool string array? Let's see. Gone. Array can now be typed. Now arranged to pack string array. Array string is not the same. All these little differences that can make a difference. And something as small as changing this to this can optimize it a little bit better. Let's see. A packed array of strings. An array specifically designed to hold strings. Oh, isn't that what we're gonna need? We have an array of strings, so that'll be important for later. Well, it's great, we found this. Let's see. An array specifically designed to hold strings. Packs data tightly so it saves memory for a large array of array sizes. Okay. If you want to join the strings in the array, use string.join. Okay. And then he had a function. What was the function called? Get string from UFP. Is that here anymore? I don't think it is. Let's see. Get string. Oh, I don't think it's in here. Phrase not found. Maybe we can search for it though. Get string from. Let's see.
And pool byte array comes with this really nice get string from UTF-8.
Yeah. Get string from UTF-8. What does that mean? Godot 4. Get string from UTF-8. What does that mean? String converts the string to a UTF-8 packed. Something in here. And let's see. Let's type in our UTF. There we are. We have our packed array buffer. Interesting. That's not what we're looking for. Oh, is this it? Converts the string to UTF-32 encoded. And what is that? I don't know. Packed array string. Never heard of UTF. Where does this bring us? Fixed length encoding. There really is something optimization. Which is good to know. The thing is we want the input to be very interactive. So if it's freezing and it's lagging a little bit more typing, that's no bueno. But it is important to have optimization. Typed event.unicode. That doesn't pop up anything. I guess as much. The key type event. Is there a way to add the... Where'd it go? The UTF or not? If not, we can leave it and come back to it later. Oops. That's fine. We can leave it and come back to it later when we're more trying to optimize. For now, not too sure. Don't mind that sound. It was nothing. Close your ears. UTF. UTF. We're back to here. Now there's UTF-8, UTF-16, and UTF-32. Interesting, interesting. Pack byte array. Let's see. This holds bytes. We only need one string, is the thing. I don't think we have to do that. We just need a character. Is there a way to make this to char? Possibly. Turn Godot, turn string to char. Is there? Is there a char in Godot? Fonts char. I know there's a way to turn it into string UTF-8 returns a char string object, which contains, this needs live until you're done. Okay. Can we do this? Char. String char int. I don't think that works. Oh, it does. Okay. Let's go here then. Returns a single character as a string. That's not what we want. Glad I looked it up. Yeah. Okay. That's not what we want. Maybe we can do, though, var key typed char? Does that work? Do we have to do char? Or it's just char not a thing? I don't think it's a thing. Here. Godot char variable. Are you gonna show up? No. I don't think Godot has characters. It's interesting. Don't believe so. It might just be a C++ thing. Make sure we're saving as well. Alright. So func, unhandled input, event, input, and key typed. Now what we're gonna try to do is do func ready. Instead of ready, we're going to do a new func, and we're going to call it change text. It is going to take in a string. We'll call this user input string. If it doesn't freeze again. If you do char key underscore typed, you think you can get the character? Ooh, I'll try it. Still getting used to the Godot script. Know how to do it in C++, so that counts for anything. Well, welcome to the stream. Let's see. Char key underscore typed. I think I did do that. Oh, hello, yes indeed. We're waiting on Godot to decide it doesn't want to. There we go, perfect, okay. These are inputs. Glary Cozy, I'm glad! That was the goal. So I accomplished that. Void, and that. For now we'll pass. And then we will go and try your idea. Let's see. Var key typed, and then char. I should be able to do this. Char typed Unicode, but the thing with char is that it takes a number, and then it turns it into a string. So it just seems like Godot doesn't have character. I mean, it's got a lot of character, but not the character we need. For now, it's that. And then after func change text, we take the user input. We'll then grab all of that. Yeah. We grab all of this. Make sure ready is pass. Okay. And then what we can do is do, what do we have up here? What is this serving us? I don't think it's doing anything. I think that was just my test. So you have your before text, you have your after text, and then you have your change inputs. Now we change this to user input. And then on user input, what we should be able to do is do underscore change text, and then put key underscore typed. Right? Does that work? Let's see. If I press P, that does not work. All right, then let's see. Cannot convert argument from, gotcha. Okay, something's not right. Here, Unicode. .Unicode gives us an int. That's why it's not working. The Unicode character, Character when relevant. I think that's what you mean by, is that what you meant by char? Apparently this is giving us a number. So if we do char, then it gives us, I thought of that, then thought, nah, that doesn't work. And then it turns out it does work, so thanks. All right, P. Ooh, okay. Oh, so something's not working, but it is not crashing. Let's see. Let's print on screen or on the thing, key underscore typed, to better understand what's going on. All right, so when I press, and it crashes is a huge, yep. That's always the case. Nothing's printing on screen when I'm typing. You can see it kind of moving at the bottom. What's interesting? And I'm certain if I do this, we'll get numbers. We'll also block this out so it doesn't crash again. And I can just show what I mean. So if I do P, we get 0. Oh, 0. That's why it's not doing anything. The dot Unicode is not what we want. Does Unicode give us gum? Default is 0. Interesting, yeah. Code, Unicode. Do we need to do dot get Unicode, maybe? Dot get underscore Unicode? Does that work? Let's see. Dot get Unicode, what do we get? D, 0. That does not work as well. Okay then. I'm on to your games. Get Unicode, set Unicode. The key Unicode character when relevant. Shifted. I think we're on the right track. We just gotta figure out how to do this. So, Unicode. Godot. Going back to our... Oh boy, lots of document jumping. Turn key input into string. Of course! That's what this stream is for. I have half a clue what I'm doing, so if you have any ideas, I am more than open to it. I appreciate the input. Now you're typing, let me see. Oh, right, Godot. Godot 4. Remove the not before event is pressed. Ah, sure. The not idea behind that is that it's better for reaction. Oh, I think I know what you're saying. Because it's not, it's going with that certain one. Yep, you're right. Oh, it's wonderful, thanks. You wish you could help, but your chocolate... Don't be chocolate. I keep being here is enough. Let's support. Yep, you were right. Is it 1 top 3? Is that how you say it? Thanks. Well now, if we do debugging the same thing because you're curious how to... Ah, I see. Tup is okay. Gotcha. Yep. Not makes sense. Promise you won't be annoying? No. That helped. I mean, I'd probably be stuck for another few hours trying to figure this out. So by any means, if you have any suggestions, feel free to suggest. I love taking suggestions. Now that we have that though, now we can go back to char because we have the Unicode, right? And our screen should print. Oh, here. Oh. Okay. Now if we run this function, possibly, hold on, 1 second, here's the window, P-O-I-U, oh, we got it working. Thank you, Tup, it worked out great. Okay, now that we have that working, and that screen's up, we're on the right track. Perfect. So we now have a way to get the user input, which is perfect. And we now have a way to change the text. So now what we need to do is have a way to detect what's going on screen with where the player is. We're moving along. Now let's see. Let me zoom out a little bit. I tried to make the GUI bigger to see stream because I know the screen's a little tiny. Let's see. We have the input, which is here. Okay. And then we change text. Let's change this to update text. So after we get the input, we update the text. Like so. Then what we need to do is have a test. So on updating the text, we need to test. Let's have a func called test user input. Something to that extent. And then it takes the user input with string, and we do the void, and enter. So test the user input. Now what we need is, let's do pass for now, just so it doesn't get angry red. We need a way to mark the current character. And when we mark it, we should be able to have a position in check. So it needs to say current character is equal or not equal to what the user put in. User input. And depending on what the input is, so depending on input, change color of current character. Something to that extent. For now, at least. Let's see. Let's start here. A way to check the current input. Let's see. Let's do var current char. I can say current character. CHARACTER. I always like doing the full words of stuff. Makes it a little bit easier than saying char and str. So var current car. Unfortunately, we can't do strings, but what we can do is do an int, and we'll put it at 0. Yeah, makes it a little bit cleaner to read. I like me a clean list of code. And our current car is not a string, that way we don't have to keep in mind. This is checking the string in the array, I believe? String is an array of characters. So we should be able to just keep a marker. Now, I know I read one guy doing the negative. Maybe that's better, but you're always starting at 0. Oh no, I forget. You start at 0, yeah. Is it 0 on the array you start at, but it's position 1? Or is it 1 in position 0? I haven't worked with arrays in a second, if you couldn't tell. Here. While that's waiting and Godot's crying, what is first character, first int in array? While we're waiting. Yeah, 0. Perfect. Wonderful. I was right. Okay. So, for now, let's have the rest of the text be different than everything else. So just check to make sure our selected character. And how we do that is have test user input. We want a thing, oh, well, in our update text, right? And then we want to have a way to func, maybe like something to get current position. Something to that extent. Get current position or print current position. Right now we have the text and we have the before and we have the after. What we can do with the before is after is have something like before after user input, then plus the rest of the text. That's what the before and after idea is behind. We can just do color equals green. Let's just do white. Or I guess gray. Does gray work? I think so. Or is it GREY? Depending on where the creators and the contributors of Godot decided they wanted to live. But let's just go with gray for now to have a sort of grayed out thing. And then let's set it to... Do you do... Here, I'll type out what I'm thinking. How do we separate current URR, current, previous, and next text? Do we have to do 3 different strings and add them together? Do we have to do what was suggested earlier with the pushing and the pulling? Right now, we need to have the current be this. Do we do get position in string array? How to print everything before, after certain position in array? That's what we need to figure out. Let's see if Godot has the answers, or Google. How to print after certain character. Godot. 4. What do we got? String, string, string. Let's go back to our full screen. Okay. How to print after character. It's not what I want to write. How to print section of text. How to print section. A section of string. Godot. Godot. 4. 3. Wrong version. String. Okay. Let's open up the string. Hit base direct. Hit slice. Possibly. What does get slice do? Splits the string using a delimiter and returns the substring at index. I guess what it means is it checks the certain text. We don't want that though. We wanna slice it in half, I guess is the best way to say it. Yeah. So it goes from start to stop and it prints example. That's not what we want. We don't want file. What we want is to chop up. We want a way to detect, a way to print what comes before and what comes after the end. How do we do that? Oh, well, see, yeah, that's so weird. In Godot, they use numbers for characters instead of just the single apostrophe. Interesting, but weird. Let's see. Bin to end. No, that's not what we're doing. Returns true, the string begins. Packed string array. Returns an array containing the pairs of characters of the string. That's not what we want either. We want to chop the string up. How do we chop up a string? I mean, I guess slice would be the best, right? Printing out slice. That's one idea. I think we can find something better. Probably can't, but let's hope. I think, hopefully. Because then we can have... That's gonna be a lot of code editing. Because you have to do the BB code and then also the slices. But it might work. Possibly. Let's see. I want a way to edit the string. Is there a way to chop the end of the string? Save it for a different part of the string? That's what I'd like to know. How to cut string. Let's see if we can figure that out. The specific letters. The method you want is substring, which is string. Let's see. Substring, go all the way up here. Should probably just type it in, but nope, there it is. Perfect, yeah. I think that's exactly what we want. I could just click it. Thanks again. They're definitely a big help. Let's see, yeah. Returns part of the string from the position from with length. If length is number 1, it returns the rest of the string. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Okay, perfect. In that case, go back to Godot. Okay, so we have our current, and our current is represented with our current character, int. To that extent, excited to see where game goes. Me too, and I'm glad you're excited. I like the hype, I like the excitement. Well, let's see. What was the inspiration? Papa's Games. Let's see, Papa's Games, Penguin Diner. I've done previous streams on YouTube you can check out if you really want to see an inspiration. We went over a stream just talking about the inspirations. But overall, just diner games, food games, time management. Let's see. Text before, after user input. What we do is, yeah. Okay. We want, and that's the thing as well. Strings hurt the computer. Strings have a lot of memory. And we might pay for it later and might have to work on optimization, but we could technically print 3 different strings. What was that thing we were looking at before? It was called... Oh no, I lost it. Packed string array. Perfect, perfect. Let's do that. We have our substring, and we have packed string array. And what packed string array's job was... Oops, wrong button. There we go. It holds together strings. Packs data tightly, so it saves memory from large array sizes. Well, I'm thinking what we can do is do something to this extent, where we have a packed string array of our before, our after, to better help make it more optimized, maybe, is the idea, instead of just having a lot of arrays. Now I see a map. I never liked maps. Maps were always so hard. But let's see, let's look. Let's see, typed arrays and untyped. Pack arrays are generally faster to iterate and modify compared to a type array. That's what we want. Typed arrays, in turn, are faster to iterate on and modify. Oh no, packed arrays are less flexible as they don't offer as many convenient methods as array map. Okay, let's get that. Calls the given callable for each element in the array and returns a new array filled with values returned by the method. I completely understood that. Oh, it's okay. I think packed string arrays is what we want to do. I think. And we'll see. Because then I'm thinking we can change out, yeah, append. We can delete, clear the array, fill the array, find, push back. Can you swap something out? Insert. You can insert a new element at the position. Okay. Can you swap? There is slice. Is there swap? Interesting, interesting. I guess, I mean, we can make our own swap where we find the certain index and then insert it and delete it. It really doesn't have it. But I think a packed array is what we want to make. Let's go head back to Godot. And now we can do a packed string array. For example, we can have our... Because the color equals gray, I want to be able to do... This is going to be a lot to change. That's my issue. And I don't want... I want to be able to change this on the go. This is kind of hard-coded at the moment. So maybe what we can do is do... color equals, and have the person, or me, for better, have an export var where we can type in something to that extent. I definitely don't like this, but we can change this later. Right now, prototypes are quick and messy, but I'll do this. To do, find better way to insert color. Okay. This is better set as end of color, end of color. And this is gray. Color gray. How about that? Color underscore gray. That way now it says color gray, end of color. We can use end of color multiple times. Pretty good in that regard. Now we need a var, and we'll just call this our spell. How about that? Var spell. Let's make sure we say array. Spell array. I mean, it is an array. But do we call it spell array or spell? But I feel like calling it array makes it so we know. I know in C++ at least, you have things like underscore G for global, key underscore for pointers, things to that extent. I mean, we could do that, maybe a underscore, but I want to try learning how to do Godot things the Godot way. Let's do spell underscore array. I almost put parameter. And then we want a packed string array equal to. Now, do we do this? Okay, perfect. And now we can add to our array. For right now, we have color gray. Oops. Color gray underscore text. Oh, not text. User input underscore end of color. That should work. Wait, now you just process it in your mind. You already programmed in C++? Yeah, the original game was programmed in C++. Here. I can do this quickly as it doesn't take much time. I can open this, copy this. I made it for a final project for school. And since then, here's the project. Well, this is the original game. And now we're gonna remake the game in Godot, but differently. But it's still gonna be a game where you have to type stuff for a cafe. But did that in Visual Code. Poor creature. Oh yes. It was awful seeing the console constantly blinking on screen. I was a little overambitious, but you know what? It paid off. We do var spell array, and then we should just be able to do... What did we have to do in Godot? Let's see. So var spell array, and then it was dot join. String, okay. We do something like this. And then dot join? Is that how they did it? Apparently. Let's see. I'm checking the wiki. Got it pulled up. Let's try this. See how this works. I'm curious. Okay. Now open up the windows. I can get the right debug screen. Plus it says, nah, don't want to debug today. Okay. So if I do P, it's working. DHJK. Perfect. And it's in gray, which is great. Great. Okay. Now that we have that in there though, now what we can do is add everything else. So for example, and I'm wondering, we're restoring all of this, so is it double or is it better to customize it in here? Oops, you can't see. This is getting stored here, but it's only printing once. And this is printing all of this, so it's an easier way to store. I'm guessing we're doing it right for optimization. I hope. I hope what we don't have to do is do something like this. Because then that'd be a lot of editing we'd have to do. Nice and simpler to do color gray, user input, end of color. Because then we can do color gray, color red, color green, and then just make this red and green. And then we can just string them in our pack string array and then just combine them. That's the hope. I'm hoping again it's just optimized. Let's give it a try. Now what we want to do is have our where we're at, and we need to test. Let's go ahead and do that. Once we get the user input, we update it. Now that we're updating it, we need to test it, which is all the way up here. Test user input. Now I'm wondering, do we do... Yeah, okay. I think what we should do is do var result color. And that is a string. And just set it to this. From the var result color, then we test. And depending on the bool, because we're testing, let's see, test user. when I was in college, the functions and the variables always had to make sense when you read them. And it's like, when you hear test user input, you don't expect it to return a bool. It'd be something along the lines of user input correct, true or false, or test user input. I mean, it could count as a bool in a way. Do you think hard enough? Again, it's a prototype, so let's keep going. And we can always change the names later. For now, test user input. If test user input is true, see, it just doesn't sound right, does it? Let's see, pass. If test user input, that should work. Oh, you're not working. This is if test user input, which is up here. Something's off. Oh, of course. This. Right. Yeah. I guess this much. If we test user input and it's true, pass, else, pass. Now what we can say is result color equal red, or oops, result color equal, I guess let's just keep it simple up here, that way we don't have to change it inside. Maybe we change it to a different color. Let's just do here, and if it's true, then we do green. So now what we can do is do this down here. Dev stream, exactly. This is exciting. Dev stream, it sounds nice, but at the same time, if they got it incorrect, something else needs to happen. This result color changes the color, but if they got it incorrect, then they also need to stay on the current input. So I guess down here is where we would change the input, and then down here is where we edit it. So for now, I think this works. What we need to do right now is work on testing the user input. Let's test the user input. And how do we test the user input? We take the user input string. Let's do this. Oops. Godot, again, freezing, so water break time. There we go. I'm also noticing debugger. No one ever likes the debuggers, the little yellows. It's the thing of saying, hey, this is wonky. It's nothing to really be worried about, but I mean, we're gonna tell you anyway. Welcome to Sheta. And since it's a little, oh no, we're back. Perfect. Okay. In that case, what's the debugger? User input is never used. Oh, exactly what we're about to fix, so perfect. All right, test user input. Let's go ahead and do current character. Oh, that's not good. Oh, no, current character int. Let's change it to that. Underscore int. That's the int. We get the current character int, so our variable, and we make it current character, and it's our string, so we do string, equals current character int, and now what we do is we take our text, right? That's our dot text, our text, and do we do this? Will it take that? Okay. That's our current character string. Then, if user input equal current character, return true, else return false. Something like that. Now we can get rid of this. We'll deal with something else. That's what exactly we're doing here. We're testing the user input. If user input equal current character, we return true. And if user character equal false, we return false. Actually, we don't even need to do any of this. We can just do this. Wow, simple. Like that. Return user input equal current character. And now that we've done that, we can go back down here. Now, if it returns true, we want the result color to turn green. That's the thing as well. Do we want it to turn green or to go to the next color? I kind of feel like... How did Monkey do it? I think what Monkey did was it had the current character highlighted. And I say I think, but you know, let's just look. Monkey typing. And I'll bring you back to our monkey. Here. Concept, full screen. I want something similar to this. And you can see there's a line. I guess that's what we can do, something to that extent. BE. It tells you where you are. It's a good indicator of this. It highlights as you go. And if you do something wrong, it makes it red. Do something in that nature. Let's go ahead and make it instead not color green. We don't even need color green, we just need color red. Let's not even do a color green. We don't even need to know if it's correct or not. We'll add that. And result color does not equal that. Instead, if test user input equal, heading to bed now, go have fun. Thank you, and thank you for coming, and thank you for helping. Sleep well. Now let's see. If true, then the current character int plus equal 1. Else, keep the results the same color. And if it's red, well, we also want, what do we want? When the result color is red, yeah, you want to keep trying until. Let's just go with this for now. Oops. And then what we'll have here is do test, or our text. Our text.join spell array. Now this is where it gets a little tricky. What we have to do now is do our current, previous, next. Let me do this. It'd be previous, current, next. Well, in that sense, this is our previous, our current, and our next. What we do here is we do our var previous string. It's our string. Equal. We do our next string. And we do our current string. Like that. And then all we have to do is go back up here to our current character, which is just this. And that's our current string. Our previous string then becomes... Where is it at? Monkey gave me a 5 WPM score. Isn't that great? Let's see. Well, from with length returns part of the string from the position from with length. If length is 0, I don't think that's what we want. Well, if length is -1, as it by default returns the rest of the string, starting from the beginning. Okay. For our next, we can just do text dot str and then from dot sub str. Text dot sub str from current character plus 1, which should return the rest of the string after the substring. And then we need to figure out how to do our previous string. And that's a little tricky. I guess it would be current character int, or it would be 0 all the way to our current character int -1. Right? I think that's how that works. Where if it's 0, it'll be -1. But we need to have a little bit of some clause cases. For example, if we're at the start, it'll be a little bit different. We only need if it's at the start. So for example, if our current character is 0, then 0 - 1 will give us 0. Also, I think I need to text string 0, comma. There we go. So if it's -0, let's just put var previous string equal this. Oops, this. Oh, this. And then do if current character int equal 0, and else do this. And this will be our previous string equals. So what this does is just say, if we're at the start, do nothing, basically. Do nothing. If we're at the start, do nothing. Previous string's not even a thing, really. Previous string is just current string. I think that works. If current character int is not equal to 0. I think that works a little better. And let's move this up here to make this a little bit easier to read. Your current string is your current string, and then your next string is just your string +1, and your -1, well, let's just put that there, -1. And -1 just means it goes from your current position to the end. This should be good. Probably should have tested it a little bit sooner. That's okay. What does it want from us now? The current parameter is never used in test input. But we do use it. That's a little odd. Do you want maybe an underscore? Do you mean it in that way? That doesn't make any sense. Is it happy like that? Let's see. Back to stack. Oh, frozen again. Guess that's time for water break. Oh, that does not seem good at all. Let's give it a second. After giving it a second, I'm gonna save. Good news is, because I'm streaming, not all is lost. I can just check the stream. Okay, we're back. And save. Probably an autosave function or something, or plugin. By now I should have had the instincts to always control us. Sometimes you lose it. Now let's see. Yeah, I think this works. User input is still saying underscore, even though I have underscore in here, so let's just ignore that. We don't... Hold on. There we go. No one saw anything. I am curious about these 5 other ones, though. User input underscore, like that. Let's just go back to what we had it as. What's this? Okay, it's just saying unused variables. We don't need it yet. Get around to using them when we get around to using them. Alright, let's go back down. Let's just do an overall look. Make sure we're understanding everything. Unhandled input. All this is doing right now is just getting player key and updating updating, updating text. That's that. We have test user input. All it does is returns results of comparing current. So if you do all of this writing as well, at that point you might as well just not do the comment, because it's very, I feel like this is pretty simple to understand. Compares and returns results. Compares input, compares and returns results. returns results. Keep it simple. Now for updated text. Oh, hey, wait, who said you could do that? I don't like any of these. Warning unused. I didn't even know what it's saying anymore. I guess it's just putting it above. Okay, that's fine. A little bit harder to read, but we can handle it. So now we have our current, our previous, our next, which should be good. Then all we have to do is do color gray, then do previous string, end of color, then do current string, oops, end of color, then do result color. Here, I'll do this. Make it a little bit easier on the eyes. Then we do result color, then we do end of string, then we do color. We want everything behind us to be white. Actually, we don't want to color gray. We don't want that. What we want is to be maybe white behind us. Let's do color gray, color white. And set the color to white. Okay. So from everything behind us, we want color white. Then we have previous string, end of color. Then we have result color, current string, end of string. If it's too annoying, you can set individual errors to ignore in the settings. How do? Explain. It's a little hard to read. Kind of messes my flow up. Let's see. Result colors. And then we do color gray. It's up here. Editor details. Editor settings. And then where? Let's see. Warning. Editor details. Oh. Let's see. Oh, you can't see what it's saying. Okay. Warning, ignore. Let me try ignore. Oh, warning. Here. Pull up so you can see. There we go. And also delete. Wonderful. Okay. What are we looking at? Editor settings, editor language. I like my warnings, but this specific warning, not on my to-do list. Ooh. Themes. Colors. Let me try Google. How to ignore some warnings. Maybe there's a blacklist you can put it on, or a whitelist. I'd ignore some warning settings. Get out. Time. No comments. You know, you're completely fine. This is all new to me, so it's a nice learning process. How to turn off debug messages. You can disable single warning with a comment if you really want to. There's a list of all errors somewhere. Gotcha. The warning tells you add a prefix to unused variables. Okay, let's see. Warning. Might have to be something. Should we figure out later? Yeah. And you can set them to warn, ignore, error. Oh, that's handy. Maybe try one more. Error. Ignore. If not, like I said, I can just try to ignore. No. Yeah. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Behavior, maybe? Sure. Let's give that a shot. Behavior here. Files. Indent. Navigation. Indent files. No. Unless there's another behavior? Nah. Ah, okay. That's fine then. Thank you for letting me know. I will certainly figure that out after the stream. So let's see. Color white is previous. End of color. Result color, current string, end of color. And then we want next, or not next. We want color gray. Color gray, next string, end of color. The theory is that this will work. And if I've learned anything about programming, you usually never get it right the first try. Let's give it a go. Okay. First, what we have to do is set the text. So here, when we do all of this, we have to do, because right now it's blank. We have to go into ready function and set ready to text equal new text dot get. Did we see get text? Is that how we wrote the getter? Let's see. New text dot get. And because it's not in this, we don't do underscore, I believe. So new text, get text. Can we go back to this here? All right. Now let's try. Okay. We'll open this window. And this is what we get. Not what we want. That's fine. We want this to be all gray initially. And I think that's why it's not loading up. Let's do in here text new text dot get text. Let's just make sure it's gray initially. And how we do that, we might have to do the whole pre-end. Or maybe we could just have a function that does set gray, something to that extent. What's your favorite YouTuber? Hi again, Sandwich Boy. I think I recall that name. Welcome to the relax, cozy, frustrating stream of coding. Now let's see. For now, let's just do something simple and we can figure it out later. The whole goal of prototypes is they're supposed to be snappy. It's supposed to be quick and figure out stuff. They're duct tape. I don't like duct tape, but they're duct tape in the sense that if something's not working, you'll know. It's your first pass, I guess is the best way to say it. It's like, you can't fit this square into a circle hole. Tutorial scripting? Oh, what's this? Oh, ho. Oh, you found it! It's in advanced settings. Wouldn't you know it? That's why we couldn't see it. Okay, let me do that then. Found it, it was in project settings. Ah, gotcha. Okay, project settings. Let me do that really quickly. As I would like to be rid of these warnings. I hurt my eyes. The project settings, I go to GD script. No, advanced settings. Turn those on. Then I go to GD script. And then I go down here. And assign variables. Ignore. What's this? Oops. OP assign. When set to warn, produces warning error and assign to variable. When assigning a variable using an assignment operator. Okay. Unassigned. No, we don't want unassigned. We want unused. Okay. This should work. Let's see. If I take away all of these, get rid of them all. All must go. There. I think that's all. And we're not getting warnings, so it works perfect. Wonderful, thank you. Now let's see. Okay. I'm thinking we make these const. Let's just drag all of these up here. Bar current character. Now, how do you make things const? I remember there being a very specific way to do it in Godot. Let me Google how to make const. Godot. Oh, I guess use the const keyword. Oh, just const. I could have sworn you had to do something else. I guess not. Great for us. The var const oops, var variable name after const. Is it just const like this? Ah, that's what was weird. Const. And then we'll make this color gray. Color underscore gray. Color underscore white. Since these don't ever change, it also makes it easier to change if we want to, since it'll be at the top of the script. Red, const, end of color. End of color. Is there a button to just caps lock everything, I wonder? Now we can go down here. It's about to get very angry at us. That's fine. Go back up here. Set our to-do down here. And now go back down here. Okay. So if the result is color, we want color red. Perfect. And now we have color white. We have color gray. We have end of color, which should be really easy to copy and paste. End of color. Wonderful. Oops. Okay, it's happy again. Okay, I think we're good to go. Now we can go back here and go text, new text, and then do color gray plus end of color. And the hope with this is that, oh, what's an add at? Oh, okay, these rolled. Now let's open it. Okay, and it's gray, perfect. Let me open up the screen so you can see. Voila, okay. So the hope is that if I press the wrong button, it will turn different. Okay. We have our first error. Or a style color. Interesting. Okay. If that's the case... let's make something a little bit shorter. Maybe a little bit smaller to read as well. So we can better test it. Right now it's kind of this. Maybe if we make it bigger, we can see what's going on because I have to scroll. Let's give that a go. Okay. Have our Windows capture and our test. Right here. Oops. Let me scale it better. And when we press a button, we get this. Color gray, test color. Something's off with our formatting a little bit. Well, it's just a teensy bit. As I said, if it would have worked, I might actually, you know, just a tad bit of sorcery here and there. I want to see what it prints out for each thing. I think that's the best way to start. So instead of changing anything, let's have it spit out everything. For example, after text join, I want to see print previous plus previous string. Then I want to see current and have it do the current string and next. And see what that gives us. Okay. Previous, nothing. Current, bracket, next, color gray. You can see it at the bottom here. That is definitely not what we want. Interesting. I think what's happening is it's taking the entirety. Okay. I think I know what we have to do. because what it's seeing on screen is something like, it might be something to the thing of where this is test, this is everything that comes after test, and so it's seeing something like color equals gray, and then it's having the, yeah, interesting. Previous is nothing, current is bracket, next is color. That was off. How do we do that? We want to only look at current string. And then text equals join spell array. That's interesting. I also want to print out the text. Let's just print out text. I've always heard the saying, debugging through console's not the best. It's a caveman's way, but I mean, I like debugging through the console sometimes. Yeah, see, that's our text. And I think because nothing's getting added, that's why it's a little upset. Test, color white, no color, color red, no color, color gray. Okay. Third, we have our current string, and our current string is this character, which doesn't make any sense. Our current needs to start after our lettering. I think what it's doing is it's taking this color gray, and we don't want that. We need a way to keep in mind this text. And that's the hard part, because our current text is not equal to our text is like our format text. There's the text you're seeing, and then the text that's in there, and all of this color gray end of color is what we're getting. I'm thinking we do const, not const, var current string. Let's just do that for now. And then var current string, then do this. Current string equals new text, get text. Should work, I think. We need to reference the non-edited text. No, we don't want to do math. We could always do some sort of formula that calculates where it is. But I think just checking the string that we have is better than figuring out how many numbers are in the color equal white bracket. Something like that. But I think because we're referencing something different, it doesn't like it. Alright. Godot decided it wanted to cooperate. We have our current string now. Up here. Var current string. And we'll do string equal just blank. So we can tell if something went wrong. After that, now we take the current string, and now we reference the current string instead. So for example, text.substring. That's not what we want. We want current string, current string, current string. I think that's where we went wrong at. Current character equals current string, current character ends. I think that'll fix it. Let's give it a go. Alright. I'm getting more debugger errors, hold on. Will be shadowed? What does that mean? Current string. Ah, okay, that's why it's getting angry. Current string, var current string. It's doubled up. Accident. Let's make this current text. I'll go back, and set this to Control F, current text. Yeah. Just go through here and do it. Current text, string. It's like, that would be the current character then. Current string equal blank. And then we have our current text. Our current text, I think, is better Unhandled event, we're good here, here, here. Current character, current text. When we get the unhandled, yep, it's testing the user input. And then we update the text. Does all of this, that seems good. Then we do previous string. We reference current text. Current string equals current text plus current character. And here's our text that we print to the screen. So it should work, I think, now. You no longer angry with me? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Let's give that a go. Great. We have our test. Now if I press P, oh, that's better. Right now it's having that space, which we don't want. The previous, current, next. And then the text is T-E-S-T. Let's do test join. What does this do? Does this stop our spacing? I wonder. Alright, test A. Oh, okay, okay. If I do C, it shouldn't change. But if I do T, okay. If I do capital T, ooh. Okay. It changed. And what changed about it is now we have to get the beginning, and I didn't want to get the beginning. You can see at the bottom here. I'll show you. So we went from having the color white, end of color, color red, color. Then we have color white, nothing. It just deletes the T. We need to find a way to keep the T. Shouldn't be too hard. Something wrong with the previous string. Previous string equals this. And then if current character, so did we ever increase? We did. If current character test, current character input is correct. Let's go here. And let's try going through it and seeing what it gives us. I'll just go ahead and, gotcha. What's happening now is that it's taking the shift that I do when I do T. I want to try and see what happens if I have caps locks enabled. T. Does the same thing as well. Okay. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. We have to make it so it saves that previous. And the previous isn't saving. So the current character is saving. That is correct. Let me hide this as well. It's correctly identifying the current and the next. We just need the previous to register. It's not registering, which is fine. What we need to do for that is I think this is where we're messing up at. If current character int is not equal to 0. So I will go ahead and print more prints. Always prints. Print current int. And do plus, and do current character int. Just so we can see what it's saying. String, I always like doing that. Inval operands for string and int. What I have to do, I believe, is do str. Is that what you want? Like this. Yeah, that's what it wanted. Okay. I'll go ahead and do... yes, well... I guess we'll need to ignore that. The shift button. If it's the shift button. Ignore it specifically. That way we don't get this error as well. That's a quick fix. What is the Unicode of shift? I guess that will be what we figure out. If event is input key event and event is pressed, and Unicode or shift. Let's see. Go to our trusty Google. Unicode for shift. Yeah. I'll probably just print it. Don't even have to Google it. Just do this. Here. Print. Print. typed event get Unicode. And let's find out really quickly. 0. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah. Prints 0 when we do shift. Okay. In that case, it'd be as simple as maybe saying and not. Yeah. If input event and input key is pressed, then say get Unicode. Then if key underscore typed equals 0, well, is not 0, then update it. That way we don't get the error, or not the error, but the okay. String int. Gotcha. Okay. 0. Is that what you want? I'm wondering, is it worth it to do test this string, or is it faster to do this? It might be faster to do this just because it's an int, right? Yeah, maybe start with lowercase words at first if you don't want to show. It should be a quick fix, I'm assuming. Where do you start on? Because we're also gonna have to deal with if someone presses space as well. Yeah. Okay, so current int is 0. So if key typed is not equal to 0. Definitely setting the detectors to not do certain things, I think will be handy. Let's try this. Still 0. Okay, I might have to wait. But I think it should be pretty simple. If typed event dot get Unicode not equal to 0, update text event. Well, it's saying it's 0, and yet it's still letting us update text event. Which is interesting. Interesting and odd. I wonder why. Print. Oh, guess it's a water break. Why would it say no specifics? Because it's like, is there a Unicode for control? Is there a Unicode for space? Is there one for tab, tilde? We really only want... Okay, there we go. Print. Oh, there we go. Thank you for the link. Let's give it a look. I find the page to open it. Here. This is where I need to be looking. You think those are modifiers? They seem as much. Look. Yeah, okay. Inputs. Alt press, control press, shift press. Yeah. What about... Oh, no, we need space. I'm thinking... How would you do all of these? And make sure it's none of these. Because you can see, yeah, stores information about mouse, includes information about which modifier keys are pressed. But I think this works. If someone's pressing tab, why are you pressing tab? We really only need to worry about shift. I think shift and caps lock are the two. But I'm not saying caps lock, which is interesting. Okay, let's just do shift for now. See if that works. These are your clause cases. If event type and event press, but if the event key is input event and event is pressed, and event not equal to shift pressed. How do we do this? Is it event dot? Ah, interesting. The only issue is you can see there's a lot, it's very long. And this is where we would do some returning. For example, it would be if event key is not return. If event key is pressed, if not event key is pressed, return. And then if event, we do event key? I mean, it says event, so we should be good. And if event is not this, return. And we have all of this down here. It's tested our good checks. It should work. Let's see. Test? Shift. Ooh. Invalid operands. Yeah. Okay. Not equal to. What does this do? Do we do events dot? Input event. Let's see. Input event dot shift. No, event. Let's check the documents again. Input event. Events are weird, aren't they? There's input using event input. I'm just curious why we can just say if it's not 0. Because we have 0 on here. And it says 0. Why doesn't it wanna do 0? For example, if it's something else. Well, I guess space would be 0, wouldn't it? Here, let's double check. If I press space, it is 0. So we definitely need to modify some things. For now, let's just say, let's just add. I think that'd be easier. Add new action. Add ability. Oops. It's angry because not equals checking for a bool. Let's see. Where not equal. I'll copy this. If event is not, oops, something like this. If event is not, where'd we go? Shift pressed. Is it event dot shift press? No, it wouldn't be event dot shift press. It would be input event key dot shift press. Input event key. Oops. Down we go. Dot shift press? No. I'm not sure what header we use. It says shift press. Oh, maybe it has to be if event dot shift pressed. Like that? Oh, yeah, that's what you said. That's exactly what you said. Okay, let's see. Shift. Perfect. All right, we're not getting an error anywhere. We do if we get a space, which is perfect. Thanks. No need to do the whole input action keys then. Wonderful. Okay. In that case, what happens if we press caps? I'm just curious. Oh, perfect. Nothing even happens if we press caps. Okay, that's one problem solved. Next problem is figuring out why when we press Shift T. Oh, hold on now. Now nothing's working. Are we even making it down here? Let's see. It should break if we do. No, okay. If event is not input key, event return, if event is not input press key. It's not liking these returns. I like them. It does not like them. Which is interesting. Let's try, just quickly, to see if it is me trying to do the return stuff. if it's that or if it is it. If event is not T and oops and not event press and not event.shift pressed. Something to that extent. And there. You happy with that now? No, it's not. Let me go back. Maybe I rewrote the code wrong? Oh, that's more than possible I did. And that is why I'm enjoying the dream part. Because if I was doing this, I'd have to have a save. And oh boy, saves. Half the issue is remembering to to do the save. Let's see. Event. Let me fast forward a little bit in the stream. Rewind a little bit. Rewind. Rewind. Okay, here we go. This is what I did. We want to reset it to the original point, because now it's not working. Let's go. Okay. I put if event is... Oh! Okay. Yeah, it was a me thing. What we have to do is do this. No, I was right. If event is. That's what it is. And I did is not. The save, it's not. And then I did if event is input key and event is pressed and not event shift. All of this was true and this worked. Let's double check that this is working and then add our flaws. Dang. That is not working how I thought it would. Add that. Oops. Not happy with me. Okay. This is working. T? Okay. Then if we do shift T? Okay. Huh. That's odd. It's working again. And shift is not detected. And yet we don't have the event shift press in there. Really weird. It works. I don't know how it works. And that's programming. It froze again, so I guess let it break. I think we're close though. Once we just figure out the colors and get that working, then we can work on formatting. Okay. Let's give this a try. Yep. Like this is, it does not say that, but when I press shift, I don't know if you can hear that. It's not working. This is perfect. But I do shift T, you can see at the bottom, it says stuff. Okay. Well, now what we need to do is have our previous say T. Our previous isn't saying T. How do we get our previous to say T? Previous string, if current character int is not 0, which is true, the current int is 1. Our previous then becomes start from 0 and do current character int -1. Is that why it's angry? Maybe we do this. Does that work? Let's see. Control T. Heh. A little bit. Not quite. Odd. Current character -1 should make it 0 to 0. And I guess since it's 0 to 0, it doesn't like that. Maybe that's the reason. Yeah. Maybe if we do -1? Unless this crashes it because it's -1. Oh, deleted it. Weird. Okay. One more time. Shift T. Okay. That's what pulls up. Again, T is not on that list. How do we cut it off? Not trying to cut off. if current character int is not equal to t, previous string equals current text dot substring dot current character minus int. And I think because it is 0, 0, that's why it's not doing it. But if we do 0, 1, that also doesn't work. I think if we do something a little bit in between. Wait, it worked without 0, 1? No, minus 1? Minus 1? Can't recall. Let's see. I do shift T? No, same thing. But it did work without the -1, yeah. I think what we'll have to do is... No, you mean at the end? -1 makes it everything. If I do it like this, without the current character int. Right now what it's doing is taking the current position and everything after that. If I do to current character, it does TE. If I do shift T, TE. The -1 is to not get that TE, because it's going past the TE. Current character, -1. That was the idea behind -1, but -1's clearly not working. So maybe what we can do is do... If current character not equal to 0, that elif current character equal 1, something like that. Well, now it's saying, yeah, so if current character is 0, that's what this is doing. We don't even need this. If current character equal 1, what we do is say our previous string, yeah, that guy, our previous string equals current text -1. But if it is greater than 1, not equal to, greater than 1, then we do this. I think that helps. Let's give it a go. This is just saying, if we're at the start, do nothing. If after start, how would you write that? This is if at start, do nothing. This is if, yeah, this is right. If second character, get first. And the rest is just everything else. See if that works. And I'll pull that up here to see if it works. And reveal. There we go. Okay, let's try. Give it a good old look. We'll shift T. It works. Just not how we want it to. You can see it says current int 1. Let me move it up here. It says, oh, I moved it on my screen. You can see it says current int 1, which is true. It says previous is T, it says current is E, and it says next ST. So now, we're just missing something with the formatting, which is great. Now what we have to do is figure out what's wrong with formatting. We go down here. Result color, end color. We have our color, we have our end color. Color, end color, color, end color. Here it's saying we have color equals white, end of color. Then we have, that's odd. It should be color equals, then end of color. Well, why doesn't it do that? Yeah, our result color should be up here. Ah, okay, figured it out. It's doing empty. And why is it doing empty? No clue yet. Let's see. If true, test user input equals the same. Current character int plus. Ah, okay. I think I get it. We can make the result color here gets set. But when it's correct, the result color doesn't get set. What we have to do is do result color equal, and then do color gray. I mean, color white. And I think that'll change our formatting issue. Give it a good old look. Alright, so we have it up here. We do Shift T. Ah, okay. We're onto something a little bit. Now it's TE, but there's no more formatting error. Our T... Oh, okay. I know what we need to do. If the result color is this, it doesn't need to be white, it needs to be gray. Gary. Gray. Because it sets the next one. Let's try again. Here we go. Okay. So if I do Shift T, it works. Then I do R. Now it's saying error. If I do E, oh, look what happens. You can look down here and see. It's getting our T, not getting our S and our E. So T, E needs to be added onto here. It's not getting appended. Why isn't it getting appended though? Our previous string, go down here. Now that it's greater than 1, it should take from here. And it goes from 0 all the way to current character int. Why is it not working, I wonder? So 0 all the way to current underscore character underscore int. So if we're at, for example, position 2, then it should go from 0 to 1. So we should get 2, but it's not getting 2. Oh, can't see. Here. This sounds right in math. Where accurate spellcasters make the letter disappear. True. I can see it. I can 100% see it. This is tricky though. Wish the answer could just appear like magic. Current text substring. We go from 0 to -1. If I remove this, it would give us something like TES, right? That's what it should give us. Let's try. Not from window again. What do we get? Oh, everything's freezing. Hold on. Give this poor soul computer a second. Had a long life. I've had so many water breaks. I now no longer have water. What a tragedy. I don't want to press anything in case it dies. Okay, we're good. Okay. So if I do Shift T, previous current E. Oh, I guess the -1 fixed it. Nice. Now we do TE and now we have TE. If I do R, S goes that way. Anything. If I do S, it works. And then if I do T, T. Okay. So now what's happening is it's crashing whenever we get to the end. We gotta put something in there that says, if at end. Let's see. I mean, I guess we could just do it down here. Update text. We go down all the way down here. We don't really need these anymore, but we do keep them. I do like them. I like reading it. But, how do we do this? I'm thinking we can just put something at the top for update text results. Well, we should only update the text results if we've reached the end. I don't think we need anything to do with checking down here. It's not even touched down there. Test and input also doesn't need to be checked. Right now, what it's doing is saying the result color is here. It's printing the current ints, not the printing. I mean, technically we could get rid of them. I like them, but they must go and do that. Okay. Next, what we can do is do back up here. Now, if event is input event key and event dot is pressed, that's all good to go. I still don't know why we didn't need all of this, but it works. And since it works, no use not changing it. I always try to stay less than 3 deep, so let's count. If we had to go 1 deeper, then I'd start to get concerned. Now that we have that though, let me go ahead and stop this, make sure it saves. Now we just need to check, well, once it's updated, we move on to the next thing. So if event.type new code prints, I don't even know what it's printing. Don't even need that. We have our func ready, and all this does is start our list. Now we need a way to have a list of characters, a list of text. Right now we're taking from here, which is our text. And hopefully in the future, once we add more strings and add them and subtract them, we'll be able to just have an array of text, which would be, I guess, our smart array. And we'll combine them and everything. I guess, would that be like a mixer class? Back up here, let's just have, yeah, okay. If what we want to do is say, if, what is it called? Current character int equal current text dot size? Would it be size dot size? Humanize? That's a weird one. Dot size. Return. Now let's not find property size on base string. Would it be length? Yep, it's length. Okay. So this should work. Quick test. EST. No, it did not work. Okay, hold on. I think... Why is it not working? Out of bounds on get index 4 on base string. Current string. Current text. I guess because it's fetching the next current text? This is where having the things we just deleted would have came in handy, wouldn't it have? What's that effect? Oh no, we'd have to do it beforehand. I'll just quickly add that. Current string and do plus current, str current string. Oh, current character end. Okay, now let's test and see what that gives us. EST. Oops. EST. The only issue is it won't give me the output. Oh, no, it did. So TEST. TEST technically only has... We need to do length -1, I think, to stop this from happening. Length -1. Maybe? Let's try. TEST. Okay, so it does stop us from, but... Okay. Do this. What stops us from going after? But we need something to stop us from going after. So if 4, we're looking for 4. If current user input, current character int +1 equals. Then what we need to check here is if we would need to check size, check, and I think doing that instead of doing this would be a little bit better instead of copying and pasting. For example, doing a func check end of text. Func is end of text. And it is a bool that returns based on what you give it. Well, you don't give it anything. Do this. You do this. That way. Do that. Okay. Let's do greater than or equal to cover all our races. So if it's the end of text, if end of text, return. It stops here, I think. I don't like putting it in update, but if it's updating and it's checking, I guess that's where you put it at. Yeah, so if is end of text, return. And this should hopefully stop us from crashing. Go ahead and open it. Oh. You can have a good old gander. E-E-S-T. Okay. Out of bounds, get indexed. Gotcha. Okay. So we need to go even before. Gotta crash up here. So this is certainly where we don't put if is end of text. I was right. I definitely didn't like it. Let's go back up here. It goes in here. Test user input. Maybe what we should do then is if. Because there's gonna be a way to just keep going afterwards, but for now, if is end of text, return. Don't even bother updating the text. Maybe it goes before that? Let's give that a go. Oh. Well. There we go. Okay. E-E-S-T. Oh, no. Wait, hold on. How'd we get down here? We're up here. Yeah. Now we have one more clause case we have to worry about. Which isn't too bad. Definitely do think we have time. We just need a way to go to the next one. How we do that though? That's the question. Let's just remove this altogether. After Godot comes back to life. Give it a second or two. Very long second or two. I'm gonna water break, but I've got no more water. So I guess while we're waiting on Godot, I'm gonna go grab some water really quick. Alright, be right. Godot not working. We are all good. Speaking of, let me use that water. Alright. So let's see. I don't want to do a catch case for everything. How can we do this? Right now, if the index is 4, I guess we can try going through the function with the idea if it is 4. Because 4 is where we're having problems. We kind of get down here in the 4. Let's see. Update text. Go ahead and subtract this. This shouldn't matter. The test user input is where we're getting errors as well. Because it's saying if type event is input key. Well, no. This is on their last run. So we should break out of this. We shouldn't update text. I think having another variable called if is end of text. We have this here. This is maybe a variable we can set. Something like bar is end of spell. Bool, and set it to false. And once we go through everything, go back at here, it will not handle input if it is end of spell. If is end of spell, return. Not even gonna look at your input if it's end of spell. So that takes care of what happens after the spell. Now we need to handle what comes for the last time it happens. All of this doesn't even happen. We're good. Go ahead and do this. This shouldn't matter since it's the end of text. But down here, if we're at the start, do nothing. If second character gets first, this is fine. This is -1. That's true. It's equal to 1. All of this should be fine. This takes care of our previous string. We don't need to worry about the previous string. We really don't even need to worry about our current string. What we need to think about is our current text. Right now, it's trying to access something that's not there, and that's our issue. This is where we're getting tripped up at. Because, for example, say it is the index 4, then it breaks, it crashes, it explodes. How do we fix that? If it is 3, we should be fine. But if it is... Okay, I think I know what we have to do. It's fine if it's 4. What we need to do is go current character int 1. And then say if is end of text, return. So now we know it's at 5. And then in end of text, we can set our end of spell to true. Which is at, where is it at? Return current, okay. If is end of text. So we might have to change that a little bit. Func is end of text. Return true. If true, end of spell equals true. Else, well, no. End of spell equals true, return true. Else, return false. Might be doubling up, but we'll see. From here, though, we can go back down here, and it checks if it is end of text, return. But if it's not end of text, we need to run it one more time. Now we check down here, and let's see. Current string. What's messing us up right now is that next string is accessing something invisible, and current string is accessing something invisible, possibly. Because if our current string is 4, for example, that's where this is returned. But if our current string is 3 and our next string is 4, now we're in a little bit of trouble. I think what we have to do is go if is end of spell. Now we have to make next string kind of like previous string. So var next string equals empty. Then we say if, oops, we have to do it above. Current string. Current string's simple. Var next string is not. If not is end of spell is what we want to do. If not. Because if it's not the end of spell, do what you do usually. Otherwise, nothing. Do nothing. I think that fixes it. Let's see. Next string. Do all of that erasing. And then if not is end of spell. Now let's see. Is end of spell is not a function? Is end of text. Ooh, this is where we kind of feel a little wonky. And I think now we don't want this bool. Just get rid of this. It was a terrible idea. Very bad. Kind of doubling up. We don't need it. Instead, we just do return. Like that. But nice and simple. Then, if is end of text. You can put end of spell next time or later, depending on how we want to word things. Because I think wording's important. For now, if is end of text, return. And then down here, if not is end of text. Oops. Is end of text. Let's see. If is not if not is end of text. That's a lot. If not end of text. I think that's better. If end of text or if not end of text instead of if not is end of text. It sounds a lot better. Let's go with that. And since Godot is freezing, let it break. There we go. Oh, perfect timing. Okay. I want to change this to only happens once, but I want to replace that and then replace this with this. Replace all. And now let's add an underscore. Yeah, if not end of text. And then we go back up here and we say, it's true, which is true. If end of text, it is the end of text if the current character int is greater than or equal to length. That is true. I think we should be good to go now. And let's give it a go. Up our window. Nice and shiny. Here we go. All right. A again. Button's working still. Now if we do Shift T, E, S, T. Okay. Almost working. T now is red. So we just need to change the color if it's the end of text. And then we'll be good to go. So lastly, if not end of text. That's good. Let's see. Our next string equals. If not end of text. That's good. The thing is, I'm curious, does it change color if I do everything correctly? Hey. Here we go. Okay. So if I do capital T. Ooh. What was that? I did capital T. Nah, you're wrong. You did not do capital T. Did I just find another bug? Oh boy. Let's try again. Shift T. Hey, that's weird now. Very odd. E, Okay, something's going wrong, and I think I understand. Something's setting to red for some reason. The result color is getting changed. Go back up here. If end of text return. If test user input, else result color red. Test user input returned false for some reason. And that's why it's returning red. Because if it wasn't red, that means we're up here. But our code got down here. Let's give a go and look at our test user input and maybe see if we can do something about it. Bar, current character. No, there shouldn't be anything wrong in that. Let's go ahead and step through it when we get down here. I'll go ahead and do Shift T. Okay. Let's see. Result color equals gray. But for now, some reason, you can see in the bottom. Well, no, you can't see really. There's chat here. Let me make it a little bit bigger for a little bit. Look down here. And now let's step through. For some reason, it turned red. Why it turned red? Oh. Result color equals red. Because test user input equaled false. That's not true. I think we might need a little bit more of a tester. Let me test this test and see why. Because I think it's the end of text that's messing us up. If I cross this out, what happens? Yeah. Something to do with this end of text is making the rest of the code red. What if we move it down here? That way it does its checks beforehand. And if it finds something fishy, it goes, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. Try that. T-E-S-T. Okay. Again, now the end isn't turning the right color. And we figure that out by saying, I think what we have to do is do not equal to or greater than, but greater than. And when we do greater than, let me pop it up on screen. It's always the little things that make it tricky. There's a little bit of fun in that. The T-E-S-T. Okay. Out of bounds, get index on base 4. Gotcha. That's why we do greater to or equal than. We still need... Yeah. Current string is now 4. That's where we're at here. Our current string, because it's on 4, which is greater than what we have, I think we're gonna have to do a little bit of plugging. For example, we're gonna have to do... Here. I'll just... Oh no, I can't do that, can I? Okay. We'll do it up here then. Right up here. Print. What did I call it? Previous string. And do previous plus, and then do str and turn it into this. And we duplicate that a little bit. Current and print next. But we have to remember they're not assigned yet. So we have to do this a little bit lower. Previous string, next, and current. Like this. And then move all of that below. It's not declared yet. Let's go down here. And it hasn't accessed anything yet, has it? Current character int. Previous string. I guess let's print our previous here, since this is where previous gets declared. Let's print our current, where our current afterwards gets declared. And let's print our next, since this is where our next gets declared. Have a look and see what we get. Keep an eye out. So T-E-S-T. That's correct. You got an A on its score. T-E-S-T. Now if I click E, T-E-S-T. If I click S, T-E-S-T. Next is 0 now. You have to keep that in mind. And I think because of that, we need to cut it off here. Yeah, so we have to do something in next. That's where we're getting stuck at. Go ahead and undo these changes. There you go. And now we go here. If not end of text. Well, we're doing that already. If not end of text. Let's do it one more time. Because right now we are doing good. It's not doing anything. I think on our next one, that's where it gets a little bit strange. Look here. Let's do this. Var current string. Current string, yep, okay. If not end of text. I guess we're gonna have to declare this as well. Var current string equals this. Then if not current text, current string equals current string text int. This way we can be sure it's not accessing something it shouldn't be. Let's give that a go now. Open it back up. Here we go. All right. T-E-S-T. Let me raise this a little bit. All the way up here. Like so. We have our T-E-S-T, E, T-E-S-T, S, T-E-S-T, and we should get our final T-E-S-T. T. Hey. Oh, it froze on me. Oh no. Hopefully that was right. Could not be right, and that's what's freezing. It's crashing and burning as we speak. Silent cries. We'll see though. A good old classic water break. Alright, here we go. Wonderful. Let's see. If not end of text. It's having a freak out because it has an index 4, which is weird because our end of text is 4. So, what? If not end of text. It is the end of text. That's why we're getting 4. That's odd. If not end of text. Oh. We'll zoom out and hide that. And save. Make sure to always save. Var current string. If not end of text, current string equals that. That should work. This is getting 4. Out of bounds get index 4. Is it because I did the equal to? Try that now. That could possibly be it. And show. Well, it's a big screen, wow. I was not expecting that. Okay. So, T-E-S-T. We need that last letter is the issue here. We need it to one more time go through. And that's not what we're getting here. When we get that crash of it being greater than or equal to. So how do we... I guess what we do is do... If current character int is greater than current character length, return true. That's a well-known. If current character int is less than, that's the thing as well, it's like tricky, very tricky. It's crashing, and we want it to go through with the last character. That's what we want. Right now it's accessing. Yeah, right now it's accessing the last of it. So like, we'll remove all of this. And how can we do this? Seems like yeah, it is certainly an out of bounds error that's going on right here. It's just an issue of figuring out how to set the out of bounds, because I want it to color the last character before it's at the end. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, right now, what's happening is the last, well, I'll just show you. We go back to 2 editors. Here we go. We do T, we do E, we do S, and I want the T to be highlighted to show it's at the end. But when I do T, it crashes. Or it should crash, but it doesn't crash because I put a clause case. I want to do one more test to make sure. So the previous and current need to be, it needs to go through one more time. One more loop for everything to be spick and span. I'm thinking, actually no, I don't know. We needed to figure out what to do. I thought by doing, and let me go ahead and remove clause case that was stopping it from crashing. Here. That little equal sign was stopping it from crashing. But down here, I thought having it set, but what it's checking is greater than. If not, end of text, do all of this. I think what we have to do is either set 2 types of functions, something of the likes. Because end of text up here is running, and that is just saying it's end of text. We know it's end of text. This is saying, well, I mean, is it end of text? Let me try copying and pasting this, and if it does work, then we need to change our wording around a little bit. That's what we have to do. Should it be current character int -1? Where? Down here? Down for current character int. This is the current character the person's on. That's what the current character is. The int -1 is for previous. Yeah. Previous is everything behind the character, current character is the current, and next is everything after. I'm thinking, where to go? We need end of text. I think if we do this, where are we at? If true, this works, then that means no arrays go from 0 to length -1. What do you mean? 0, that's what this is. This is -1, that's at the end of the array. The previous is checking for the beginning of the array. We're trying to figure out everything at the end. They're working, that's what their -1 comes in at. Oh. Okay. I'm thinking this fixes it. Possibly. Okay, let's try. T, no. Okay. Greater than or equal to. Oh, that's why. Is it why? My check was working and I changed something. Which is interesting. Okay, try again. T, nope. Something broke. I don't know why I broke it, but I did. Here. Yeah. T, Because right now the issue is, zoom out. We have our previous, we have our current, and we have our next. It's keeping track of everything. E works, S works, but we're having trouble at the end when it gets to T. That's the issue. Up a little bit. Either I have the clause case where it has to be less than and equal, and then E crashes it because now it's out of bounds. We're just dealing with the out of bounds. So if it's out of bounds, we need to define out of bounds, and we kind of have, not completely, because I want it to run one more time to color everything. That's where it's having issue. I guess, how can we do that? It'd be nice if we can just do color right here. Well, actually, if it's out of bounds and the person gets it right, all we have to do is just swap things around a little bit, do a little bit of trickery. For example, end of text is up here, and less than and equal to goes up here. And doing this makes it stop just before TEST. Yeah. And now that we're at that T, if, go back up here, if input event is handled event, we do this. If typed event dot get Unicode not equal to 0 equals that, then you do if end of text otherwise update. This is definitely gonna have to be changed since it's going deep. We're now 3 deep on my rule, 3 deep, so we're gonna have to change that later for sure. For certain. It's freezing again though, so you know the drill by now. Water break. I'll tell you what I am thinking though. Since this is detecting the end of the word, all I'm thinking is we just take this. Oh, you can't even see my mouse. What a shame. Oh, never mind. Now you can see it. We take this and we drag it down here. But instead of color gray, it's now color white. Like that. We don't even check again. This is our last check. And if that last check is true, everything's white. That should, in theory, be good. Now let's test it. Alright. We're on screen. Move that up a little bit. T-E-S-T. Alright. Something's a little off. I had to kind of spam T. Let me double check. T-E-S-T. Yeah. That last T. Now it's T. Okay. Almost. I think we have to go back down here. Maybe change it to this. Well, it's currently greater than or equal to, and I believe if we do this, it crashes. Let's double check. Okay. E-E-S-T. No. Okay. So definitely the greater than or equal to. Something out of boundsy. Let me hide this. Stop the window. Right now we're leaving our end of text. End of text is greater than or equal to. Quick and dirty explanation. String.length returns the actual count, such as child has 5 letters, but if you go to actual character, you can only go to 4. So you're saying length minus 1 up here? Which makes sense. Length minus 1. The equal in the end of text. Yeah, I do know that. My thing is trying to get it to loop one more time. That's the issue I'm running into. You can either do equal to or less than an equal to, right? I feel like greater, well, not less than equal to, or greater than an equal to. The only issue is once we go down here, I don't know why I have to press T multiple times. When we get to that T, maybe that's what we have to do. If we're now at equal then? Yeah, okay. If not end of text, if not end of text. We don't need all of this, I think. We just have to check at the top, maybe? Probably have to write this out. Right now, E-E-S-T. Nothing's happening on this T. Okay. I think what we have to do is go back up here. Because I have to press it again, and I think maybe that's why it's having that +1. Up here when we handle the input, if end of text, then set the text color. Otherwise, update the text. But if this is less than equal to, we get rid of the equal to, then it crashes. If it's the end of text, there he is. If we do -1, less than equal to -1, doesn't help at all. E-E-S. No. Double check. E-E-S. Yeah, because now it's -2. For some reason, on that last input, so for example, the total is 4 here. When we're on 3 less than equal to 4. That works. It's down here. But then we get on 4, and 4 is greater than equal to 4, so it should work here. Not. Curious as to why. Let's do this for now and walk through it and see. You can spot E-E-S. That would be nice and handy to have. Let's print the position or index. Okay. Once more, we have our E. Oops. I meant to put index plus current character int. Current and current. Current character int. Okay. From the top, we have our T, our E, our S, and then the T is 4. Nothing happens. After the 3, I'll do EST. Okay, I think I know. It has to be, I think that's what you were saying, Luna. That -1. Check. We don't even need any of this if it is the end. Well, no, the next needs it if it's the end of text. All of this, I believe, is needed. Down here, if it's 4, not 4. End of text. It would have to be something like if current character int equal. This is where the -1 comes in. Right. -1. I think I'm getting confused where it comes after. Yeah. I need it to cycle one more time. I'm sure there's probably a lot of code I'll have to go back and delete. I mean, not there. Let's see, update text not found in base self. Wait. Update text? Update text. What do you mean? What went wrong? Oh no. Back, 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 back. Oh, underscore. Always the underscores that get you. And functions are certainly gonna have to be rewritten. And I think I eventually got to what you were saying. Now, T-E-S-T. Yeah. And then it doesn't crash. I'm curious to see if end of text. Yeah. Greater than no arrays go. Seems like the current character in -1. Let's see. That's why adding the equal. Return. True. End of text would be true if current character greater than or equal to. Yeah. I wanted it to be a simple function that we wouldn't have to use. It's working right now, which is great. I'm gonna tweak it a little bit. Before I tweak it, let me do the responsible thing and save it. Save it in a repository as well. Go ahead and go into where you at? Go projects. Oops, in the wrong projects folder. I should be in. Oh no, this is the right project. Odd. Node 2 project. More. This is the right repository. I feel robbed. No, this is apparently right. I can fiddle around with this afterwards. It's fine. As long as I have the streams to look back on, we'll be good. Guess I'll close the repositories for now and deal with that afterwards. I just want to check and see if we can clean this up just a little bit. And then we will have as simple as we can get in terms of text editing. This will be great. I'm thinking, well, we'll have to see if we want to add that yellow line that they had, but I don't know if we want to do the yellow line. This is right, and this is right for the respective things. Maybe that's why it's not correct in a sense. This is end of func. What if we call this, instead of end of text, find replace, if last round of text or something like that. Where's our end of text? F, C. 1 of 1. If end of text, return. That's true. We can do better than that. This doesn't need to happen because it's not getting handled. After that is these two. And I think this should be renamed. Not end of text, but FR. It should be renamed to last of text. Test. Last of text. This is not the end quite yet. This is the last run. And after the last run, then we run end of test, which is here. Just to make this really simple in my eyes. Func. End of text. That's the distinction. If I just do this. Copy and paste. It's all nice and well to leave it as it is. It kind of helps at least me visualize what's going on instead of the really long words. So if this is right, then all we have to do is do one more check. Okay, we're good to go. Alright. P-E-S-T. And nothing else happens afterwards because now we are at the end. Great. Another thing was seeing... Turn, yeah. If end of text. Okay. We're good. That's it. Let's do one more test all around by setting this to something different. Perhaps what we can set it to is, instead of test, let's do end of stream. And run it. Give it one more go. There we go. Alright. The final test of test. E. Maybe it's an M. No, it's not an M. Maybe it's an L. Okay, it's not an L. N. Maybe it's an F. No, it's not an F. D. Now do I have to press K? Okay. So the underscore doesn't show up. I mean the space, but I can press space. And now we're that'll have to change. Maybe we'll have to change it so that everything's underscored. Or maybe whatever you're on is underscored to make it easier to understand. That's something of note. What? O, G, F, P, S. Oh, hold on. Is it because I didn't space? Yeah, I didn't space. Now I'm getting confused. So we'll just have to streamline this a little bit better. T, R, P, O, E, A. Oh, that last one didn't get it right. One more time. Just to make sure I'm not saying things. Here. Okay. E-N-D of S-T-R-E-A-L. Yeah. Something's wrong with the last one. And let's quickly fix them. If is end of stream. Okay. This is saying unhandled event. Update text. Okay. What we have to do is move this. Where update text. If test user input true. Yeah, we gotta move this. If test user input true. Else red. If the test user's input is true, what we need to say is if end of text. Actually, no, we have to do it down here, don't we? If the text user's input is true, and if it's the end of text, then just do this. Else. Oh, we'll do that in a return. We shouldn't need an else. Do return. I think that fixes it. Oh. Oh no. Ah, gotcha. Forgot to go back and tweak some stuff. Oh no. Unable to write it's because I didn't close the format. We go again. Now it should be E-N-D space O-F space S-T-R-E-A-K H-E-M. Oh, M. Another week we gotta do. Oh, 3 horses. Almost there. If end of stream return. Otherwise, if test user input. Let's do. Where would this go? You don't want to go anymore once we're at the end of stream. Truthfully, if this is true, we don't go anywhere in here. once it's the end of text, we do if equal true, return true. Otherwise, return false. But if it's true, and let's go. Brings us back all the way around. Because the whole idea is that this will be an array of words or sentences that we can string together. Right now it's just a singular one. We'll have to expand it. This is currently var end of spell bool equals false. That up here, right? Or you don't like the way I spelled bool? Like that? That's weird. Everything, well, no, not everything else is in uppercase. I take it back. Int isn't. I guess you get a pass. Alright. If event is input handled, input key, and where are we at? Here. And not end of spell. That should take care of that. Let's give it a look. Now let's see, it'll be the end of stream. Again, we have K, L, okay? E, L, N, D, space, O, F, space, J, U, S, T, R, E, A, L, P, N, M, P. Okay, I think we did it. Boy, don't you love messing with strings? That truly will be the end of stream, though. We got what we wanted to get done within the allotted time slot. Give or take a few minutes. I will clean this up. Make everything all nice and span for next stream. And then we'll try to plot out. Oh, yeah, next stream. Here, I'll bring us to this chatting stream. Hello again. As Godot is crying in the background, freezing. Now that we have that out of the way, though, now we need to figure out a system of how to do our spells. And to do that, I guess next stream, dealing with this game, will be a design one. Might do some coding. Once we figure out a design idea, then we'll do coding. So either it'll be a design and coding stream, or it'll be design first stream, design, and then coding next stream. We'll see. But thank you for coming. Thank you for helping. You all have been... Oh man, I can't even imagine where I'd be right now. Yeah, oh boy. This is great, this is fun. I learned something new. I hope you did too. That ends the stream. I'm gonna go now. Look at the code again. Of course, thank you for coming. Alrighty then. I'm off. Bye. Have a good evening, have a good morning or good night. And I'll see you all on Saturday. Yeah? Alright then.